and entrees, side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget about those huge deli sandwiches and catering options for your next business lunch meeting. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, Newark Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Camba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Things I didn't get to, Musa Cisse, I think, from Oklahoma State to Ole Miss. He becomes their second 7-footer to be picked up this offseason from Ole Miss. So Chris Beard building his defense inside out there in Oxford. Mississippi State basketball got Andrew Taylor, a scorer from Marshall. Mississippi State struggled to score points this year. New Mexico gave Richard Pitino a contract extension through 2028. By the way, his dad has rebuilt St. John's. They keep picking up somebody who's an all-conference player every day, it seems like, from different conferences.
Yeah, we asked that question. Will they be in tournament year one? They will be.
It does.
I mean, I'm very confident in that.
It does seem that way. And we'll leave you with this. Slade Bolden, former Alabama receiver who left school early, left a year of eligibility on the table, is now back trying to make the team, and he's trying to make the Atlanta Falcons. Is there a place for Slade Bolden in the NFL? I lost the stake because I thought he would, get over, 15 receiving. It was some small number in his first year with the Ravens.
It was 1 reception.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So obviously Slade, a former NIL deal with us. We love Slade. I would pull very hard for him to do this. It's an uphill battle. I mean, I think he'd have to contribute on special teams, bare minimum.
I thought for sure when I first saw Slade, and because of the COVID year, we would see him for 6 years in Tuscaloosa and cash in on NIL a little bit, personable kid, and then maybe go off and play, XFL, USFL, Canadian Football League. You got options now.
To the best of my knowledge, I have not seen him pop up in any of those leagues.
Yeah, and I don't know why that wouldn't be the progression. Like, if you can't be in the NFL right now, you're still young, you just got out, why would you not be in the mix there?
Well, yeah, but I'm going he's got a contract with the Falcons. Now, he's still going to have to make the roster or the practice squad, but, what this allows him to do is be in their facility and participate in their off-season workouts, which is huge for a guy like him. This is not like some August pickup where, buddy, I got to impress right away. I've got an entire offseason to work out with the team, go to the meetings, participate with the team, become a functioning member of the franchise.
Forrester will not be able to, I'm challenging him, you will not be able to get up the picture of Bryce Young, rookie camp, standing in a huddle before this show is over with. There's no way you can do that in 90 seconds. But did you see, because, there's a big lineman or two every time on your college team, but you don't have 5 NFL offensive linemen usually. Bryce Young looked so, he's small, but in the huddle with other NFLers at rookie camp, it was stunning how short he was.
No, I agree. And there was video of him. The video had a little bit of a forced perspective because he rolls away from the camera, but the offensive line just fires off and stops, and then he rolls out. And, he looked like a kid. People say, oh, SEC guys are big. SEC guys are big. Until you've gone to an NFL game, I don't think you can fully grasp how big every NFL player is.
Yeah, and so here...
Oh, look at him.
This is Bryce in the huddle here, and that top left is crazy, but that one right there, and that's his offensive line. Now imagine the defense coming at him.
It's stunning to look at. I know he was small at Alabama. I get that.
You can see another picture on AL.com as well on their Twitter feed that's also a different perspective. You'll get lost back there sometimes, but they say they raved about him at rookie camp. Of course, you're going to. You picked him. That's our show. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central again on Tuesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I hate that this is becoming a trend on our show, but I'll start today by saying I was massively wrong about something.
Oh,
Wow.
Massively wrong about something. In my entire sportscasting career for 30 years, as the landscape of television and streaming and all of that has changed, I have stood by the fact that there will never be an NFL postseason game, including a Super Bowl, that will ever be behind a paywall. The NFL is so strong, and they understand that over the air, not behind a paywall, free, even if you have to stream it, free for the masses, it will always happen. And then that changed yesterday. Peacock and NBC paying $110 million for one football game, a playoff game that if you are not paying attention, you'll have to have a login to be a subscriber to Peacock or go somewhere to watch the game. We now are moving to an era where the NFL was putting at least one postseason game for $110 million behind a paywall starting this year.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm blown away though.
Yeah, I am too.
Well, I'm blown away the price point. Like the NFL is one of the best business models out there. It's the best business model in all of sports. But for the NFL, it's all about printing money, and for them to be able to sell one postseason game for $110 million, it's
crazy,
now,
isn't it?
You know, my question is, how in the hell does Peacock get this back?
Well, you're going to have to subscribe.
Subscribers. Yeah, I mean, so I would guess a Peacock subscription is
Let's just say $7.99.
$7.99 a month. All right,
And I think I might have Peacock. I'm not sure.
I think I have
I found out
Peacock.
last night I had Hulu. I wasn't sure if I had Hulu, but I did.
all right, so it's $100 million. Is that right, Jimmy?
110 million.
$110 million for one game.
About
In that game-
$7.95. They need 12 million subscribers. I mean, there'll be 12 million people watching that game. Now, a lot of them have already subscribed.
Well, here's the thing you look at. Saturday night wild card game, and that's where it's going to be. January 13th, it'll be a 7:15 or 7:30 Central start. The wild card games the past two seasons, they've drawn more than 20 million
That's
viewers.
right. And now they'll also have commercial inventory in there. I think they'll easily make their money back.
Well, that's what I was saying, Brandon.
Yeah.
You were just going subscribers
That's right.
only.
Yeah.
They need that just for to get it on just subscribers. Now throw in the advertising you get there. But $110 million, it begs the question, what if they put a Super Bowl behind a paywall? How much money would that make?
It'll be there one day. I mean,
But they make too much money over the over-the-air advertising,
Well,
which you
I
would
mean,
say that about the wild card, too.
you say that, but as over-the-air consumers start fading away. I mean, listen, the reason I love this is very selfish. We're in the world of non-traditional media, right? So to me, anything where non-traditional media takes a little piece of traditional media, it helps us, right? I mean, it helps tell the world, you know, streaming is just as easy as cable or radio or anything else. I mean, it's all there. It's all the same. And people have always beat the drum for a la carte television. Like, why do I have to pay for Discovery if I'm never going to watch Discovery just so I can get ESPN? The streaming world is going to eventually give you a la carte television.
But here's the thing. It's going to take a little bit of time for people to get adjusted. My example would be last year, Thursday night game. Amazon Prime Video had the Thursday night contract, and Rams were hosting the Raiders. And we were going to Floribama, and I think you guys had a dinner or something, but I was going to watch the Rams.
That's right. I remember that.
And I called our friend Steve Powers, and I was like, what's a good sports bar? And he called around and called around and called around. And we finally found this thing off the beaten path, and I went and watched the game there. But I think, you know, for a lot of these venues, and I wonder how it works for walk-ons. Like, I mean, how do they do that? NFL Sunday Ticket, it's per seat.
Yeah, no.
But that's for a season ticket.
They jack up the Peacock price if you're broadcasting it in a venue like that.
I just wonder if it could be a one-time price for depending on the location.
I don't know, but people are asking in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room for great locations for all your tire and automotive needs. Vulcan Tire and Automotive. When does this happen? Does this happen this year? It does happen this year, and well, I mean technically next calendar year, but this upcoming football season, January 13th, 2024 is when you've got to have your Peacock subscription or your friend's login to get in. And I would imagine, I mean, everyone's getting really tight on logins, sharing logins about, allowing only a certain number or certain household, certain address. So we're going to get to the point where they're going to, I'm not going to be able to share logins with friends, and you're not going to be able to share them with me. And
what is this world coming to?
I'm just saying, it's a different place now. And as you, I will make a choice if I don't have Peacock, but I think I do.
I'll tell you in a minute.
I'll find a way to flush money all the time. And I bet I get Peacock all the time, and I've only got it for, I don't even know why I have it.
I can tell you why I have it. Because we were watching the Super Bowl. We had some people over at the house watching this past year's Super Bowl. And DirecTV, I don't know if you guys remember because I tweeted it out, chose to do a system update on my system right before halftime of the Super Bowl. I have no concept how they do that. No concept. And my wife, without saying anything, she wanted to see halftime. So she just went and did a Peacock subscription so she could watch halftime. So that's how I know I got a Peacock subscription. And you know what the thought was? I'll just do it for halftime and we'll cancel it if we don't want it. You know what we haven't done? Yeah. And that's what Peacock is counting on, is that your Rams are playing in this playoff game, which you would love, by the way, and you don't have Peacock, and you're like, well, if I'm going to watch the Rams, I'm going to have to get it, but I'll cancel it after. And you know what 9 times out of 10 people don't do? They don't go back and cancel it. They forget to cancel.
Jason over there says, Brown, you love it, so when is TNR going to put content behind a paywall?
There could be a day we do that. I think, we are dedicated to giving you as much free content as we can. I mean, that's all we do right now.
We're advertiser.
Yeah.
The advertiser is the paywall.
But my point is, to Jason, is ESPN is behind a paywall. Do you get ESPN free? It's not over the air.
No.
So it's behind a paywall.
That's right. Whether I'm paying for it in my, if you're DirecTV and your DirecTV subscription, your cable subscription, wherever you get it, my YouTube TV, the reason it is as high as it is, those things usually is because of ESPN.
That's right.
Isn't it the highest paid property? That
I think ESPN, Fox News. I mean, there are a handful of them that are the ones you're really paying for. Everything else you're basically getting for
like
pennies.
$10+.
It runs the reason your cable bill or your DirecTV bill is as high as it is for what DirecTV or Spectrum has to pay ESPN to carry ESPN.
Yeah, you're getting most of it for pennies on the dollar, but you're getting ESPN. You're probably getting it for less than it's worth. They're spreading that out over Discovery and all those other things, Nat Geo that you're getting. But that is my point, is that you're already paying. Like if they moved it to ESPN, nobody would bat an eye. Well, that's behind a paywall. You got to pay to get ESPN. Right. Nobody gets it free.
LT's neighbor's right, though. If I have a streaming device for every single channel YouTube TV carries, I'll be broke. See, I'm nervous about this with my setup downstairs because I've already talked to my audio-video guy. And they're going to have to come out, change out TVs, and they're going to have to put an Apple TV on every one of these things. And it's going to be pricey.
Yeah.
Or I'm just going to have to first world problem, just watch 3 games.
Can you not?
Oh, my God.
2 eyes, 3 games.
Yeah, but I don't only get to choose one of the games because the other 2 are going to be on Fox and CBS.
I don't think you need the. I mean, I hate to get into this, but the Apple TV I don't think is necessary. I think all you need to do is replace those TVs with smart TVs, and you're good to go. Why you get the Apple TV is going to cost you as much as a new TV would.
No, but I think you've got to have Apple TV on those, don't you?
No.
I'm going to put on Mr. Lunsford on for you.
Lunsford.
It's Apple TV or new TV, either one.
Okay.
Apple TV just plugs in HDMI.
So maybe what I was told, if I want to keep my existing TVs, I've got to put Apple TV on.
No, to get Sunday Ticket, all you're going to need is a smart TV.
Okay, which would be a bad choice by you. Why not go new TV?
That's right. Just go new TV. Yeah. You need to update them anyway. I noticed some discoloration on a couple of them when I was over there recently. So
when were you over there recently?
the camera made you look yellow on one of them.
I always love when we get into these discussions how everybody's got their own solution. There's little T. Yeah. Get a Roku. I mean, she's got stock in Roku. Somebody else has stock in this.
There was one summer I lived off Roku.
Yeah. How about I liked it back in the day when I was a kid? We had 3 channels, and if your team was on national TV, you were excited about it. Yeah. If Keith Jackson was in your town.
Hey, but you want a first world problem, Rockstar? My 2 side TVs downstairs are not smart TVs. So now that Sunday Ticket is on YouTube, Now that's
Just listen to yourself.
That wasn't even the
My
first.
2 side TVs.
Listen, that wasn't even the first world problem yet. I'm not even to the first world problem yet, Rockstar.
Okay.
So if I want to watch Sunday Ticket, I got to replace those 2 TVs. You know what you cannot find in stores anymore? Those are 32s. You can't
32s?
find 32-inch TVs anymore.
Who wants a 32 now?
I need
this,
those
this
because
is America.
because of the symmetry. You've seen my basement.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
symmetrical.
See, I don't have to worry about that because mine sounds so ridiculous.
It does. It is
Again,
ridiculous.
TVs are pretty affordable now.
Oh, they're so cheap.
But the way mine sets up is I've got the 65 on the bottom, and then I've got 4 32s across the top. But I've got enough room that I
you
can
can
angle
upgrade.
in some some 45.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know what.
You're like that small market stadium that built your stadium, but you left room to upgrade. You can expand
Yeah, but
your
here's where I made the
stadium.
mistake. On the 65, my in-wall speakers are right there on the sides, so I can't stretch it because it will actually be over.
Let me
Rockstar.
find something. I was going to say this was part of the thing for trash last week. That little ridiculous gifts you can give.
Yeah.
I'll look it up and see if y'all want to put something above. I guess we couldn't do it because of what we were showing, but keep going.
Okay. So Lunsford's right. You can order 32s online. I'm just telling you, you can't find them in stores anymore. They're just like nobody's going to buy a 32 because the prices are so low.
I mean, what is a 32 now? 150 bucks?
Lunsford said he bought 2 on Amazon for $100. I mean, they're so cheap because
So 50 each?
And they're smart TVs too.
Yeah, no,
'Cause
not
it's-
50
I got
each.
it from Amazon, so it has Fire TV
Yeah.
by default, which I can watch YouTube TV. I mean, I bought literally 2 32-inch TVs for $100 each in my poker room, and I can access the internet on one, do YouTube TV, I can do all the apps, Apple TV, all that stuff.
God, I wish I knew how to do all that stuff.
Oh, I want this so
Oh,
bad.
Rockstar. That does
This
look
so
good.
bad now.
Yeah.
It's 4 screens.
So-
but Lunsford, I think, did you and I look it up, or did Tyler not? Tyler and I looked it up. The thing is, it just comes with the frame, like basically the skull,
You
the
gotta put
bones,
the TVs
and
in?
you got to buy the TV. But it's
Yeah.
4 TVs.
So Rockstar is basically, for those listening, showing us like a scoreboard in an arena. This guy's got it in his sports room where it's like the 4 side, the 4 monitors on
This
each
is
side.
more aesthetics, though.
No, there's no doubt it's aesthetics.
That's a wow factor, man. I
No,
like that when you
it
walk
is.
in.
But if you had a pool table and that's hanging over the pool table,
Well,
then
then-
and
that
you know
makes
how
a
I am
little
about my
more
Boilermakers.
Would
big
you
Purdue
would you
guy.
go Rams on it? Would you go
oh, yeah. I mean,
it's gone
Lakers,
away.
Dodgers,
Rams.
Rams?
yes.
I am pumped about game 1 tonight, Lakers.
What would I
I've
go
sold
with?
my soul back. You would go Alabama. Are you kidding? There'd be,
Well,
you see
I
where
mean-
that Boilermaker is? There'd be a big script A over there.
Show it that again. I can't have a better scoreboard than Coleman Coliseum.
Better lighting for sure.
That would be insulting.
Yeah.
No.
God, how miserable is that guy, though? Because even during basketball season, they tease you every year.
I know. Yeah, Purdue fans got to be one of the most painful things in the world. That's coming from a Dolphins fan.
Yeah, on that pool table with the Purdue logo on it, he scratches every March.
Hey, that is a diehard, though, having Purdue felt.
Hey, and he's got neon Purdue Pete up there on the wall. Don't miss that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to sit down. Is that Gallagher? No, that's Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah. I like his sports room. Now, if that's my only TV options in there, I don't like it.
I don't think a good sports room should have an outside window.
Oh, I agree with you. I like.
LT does a good job of blocking his
He
out.
does, but my sports room is no outside light, and I can get it dark and cold in there.
I've got plans for mine.
Oh, big plans.
All right, we're
Big
upgrading
plans.
the stadium, Rockstar.
Well, I can't sell my damn house, so I might as well upgrade a little bit.
Hey, our friends at Legacy Credit Union can help you financially, though. LegacyCreditUnion.com. Our friends there, they're longtime supporters of UAB athletics for over 60 years. They even have their name on the Legacy Pavilion, the practice facility for UAB football. You see that when you're driving through downtown Birmingham. But let's say you have a desire to upgrade your sports room. Or maybe you need to, get a subscription to Peacock. Lifestyle loans are available for you right now from our friends at Legacy. They can be used for the unexpected medical expense in your life. If you're wanting to update your backyard, throw in a pool maybe, just wanting to take that dream vacation, you can do that with the lifestyle loan from LegacyCreditUnion.com. There's no collateral required. Affordable low rates for you there. You can get more details by going to LegacyCreditUnion.com. LegacyCreditUnion.com. That's the home for the everyday checking as well. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and you get paid 2 days early with your direct deposit. Get that money in your account quick so you can start taking care of business with your own money right there. There's additional perks right there with the digital banking app from Legacy Credit Union. Get all the details about everything Legacy offers, including wonderful car loan prices as well. Car and truck loans, LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com, federally insured by the NCUA, our friends at Legacy, a proud sponsor of UAB athletics. So that's the big story that impacts us all as fans. We will get to what is happening at the ACC spring meetings, which are going on. It's Amelia Island. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Amelia Island, South Carolina. Is that right? Is that in South Carolina?
Amelia Island is off Georgia, I think.
It's off the Georgia coast, near the Georgia-South Carolina border.
Okay, so Amelia Island is where they are. We'll get to that coming up in the next segment. On the show, Clay Travis, and then Brad Crawford joins us at 10:25 Central in the second hour. He'll be with us to talk about some underrated, overrated teams. We're approaching 100 days from the start of the college football season, so we will get to Brad and talk to him about a few teams that over the next 100 days will be overplayed or underplayed as we get to the season. He's got a list of 7. We'll talk to him about that. And that ACC story is it looks like the ACC may be frazzling at the edges there in the next segment. But here in baseball, before we get to what the Braves did last night, which was amazing, Shohei Ohtani continues to do amazing things. He was the starting pitcher last night, and they are on the East Coast, so a chance for you to watch in real time one of the great players in baseball. Shohei Ohtani hit a home run that was 456 feet. He's the starting pitcher. He had a 456-foot home run, his 9th home run of the year. But he was only a double shy of hitting for the cycle last night as the starting pitcher.
I mean, it's really incredible.
He almost hit for the cycle as a starting pitcher. He had 5 hits last night. 5 hits.
By the way, I played the Orioles last night. Good play.
He became the first starting pitcher since Mel Stottlemyre in 1964 to start a game and have 5 hits in a game. 1964, the last time that happened.
You know, his next contract, and I think Buster's alluded to this, but the deal he's going to get next year with either the Dodgers, the Yankees, or the Mets is going to be historic.
Well,
and you know, he's going to be a $500 million guy.
Can I ask you this? And I asked your brother this question. We were talking about it one day because he's a big Dodgers fan like you, Reed. If you're the Dodgers, can you basically, so let's say would he be the top of the line pitcher for the Dodgers? Would he be your number 1 starter? Okay, so he's your number 1 starter.
Well, Walker Buehler when he comes back.
Okay, so he's your number 2.
Yeah.
Because he's in front of Kershaw. I mean, Kershaw's late in his career.
Yeah. Kershaw's pitching well this year.
Yeah, but he's late in his career.
Don't you have a guy with glasses, left-hander?
Urias.
Yeah,
Urias. But he's in front of him.
But yeah, he's not pitching great this year.
All right, so this is your number 2 starter, which you would normally pay what for a number 2 starter? $40 million?
Oh, I don't know.
All right, let's say $40 million. And he's your best position player, right? Which you would pay another $40 or $50 million for. So my question to your brother was, can you not pay this guy $100 million a year and just backfill the roster spot with some minimum guy? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because you need one less pitcher or one less fielder, however you look at it. So don't you just combine those 2 salaries? You pay this guy more than anybody's ever been paid, and you backfill the roster spot with a rookie minimum guy, right? Is that not the way you play that? Because you can pay him anything you want.
You could look at that. I mean, James Outman is, if you get lucky with some of these rookies.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is,
Outman's an outlier.
My point is, this guy is eating up basically 2 roster spots for you, and he's elite at both of them.
Well, and that's one of the reasons he's going to demand so much.
So why not pay him? Why not ensure that you get him by paying him what you would pay the number 2 pitcher and your best position player? Combine those 2 numbers. You've got one less player on the roster. You backfill that with some rookie that you're paying nothing. That guy's barely going to play. He's going to pitch hit for you some.
Smuff is right, effing Dodgers.
I mean, it is so annoying.
That is my one franchise I can count on that will always outspend everyone.
Yep. That's the way I would play it. Now, I'm probably missing something. I'll ask Buster this Thursday, so I'm probably missing something. But I don't know why you don't play it that way if you're dedicated to getting this guy. Just pay him for both the roster spots.
I never pictured you as a Moneyball kind of guy.
I mean, I don't know that I am, because somebody could in the chat room's like, here, Brown, it's why you can't do that. But I don't know why you can't do it.
Now, which character are you playing right now? Are you Brad Pitt or are you Jonah Hill?
Oh, please look at me, Dunaway.
Okay,
I'm Jonah Hill.
All right. The Braves last night They were playing the Rangers, and if you're not paying attention, that was 2 division leaders. Texas is in first place. The Braves, who got swept in Toronto, come back to America, go to Texas. Anything more American than Texas right now?
Deep in the heart.
Right there in Arlington. And they go out there. They hit not 1 2-run homer, not 2 2-run homers, not 3, not 4, 5 2-run homers last night. And they beat the Rangers 12-0.
What a rude awakening for Cody Bradford making his first major league start. Had been dominant at Round Rock this year, 5-1 with a sub-1 ERA, and he comes out and he saw quite the lineup. And this is a Braves lineup that had lost 5 of 8. So a little desperation there maybe for the Braves just to snap out of this, and they did in a big way.
Yeah,
but Acuna's hitting a home run every game, it seems like now.
It does. Acuna hit a home run. Arcia,
another blast, too.
Riley, Ozuna. Ozuna's been hot as well, if not a fan favorite, but he's been hot. So the Braves get that win last night. We'll talk about what Aaron Judge did last night as well later in the show. But there you go. There's the 2 biggest stories not involving the ACC in college athletics. We'll jump into that next coming up. You're always welcome to join the show as well. 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. That gets you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. It also is the place that we'll get Clay Travis and Brad Crawford to start hour number 2 coming up at 10 Central. A reminder before LT tells you about our friends at Odie's, that our first of 7 specialty interviews from our Coca-Cola stage at the Tradition last week. We had a special stage set up off air that we wanted to do some special, unique interviews for you guys, not in a live setting. And I loved how all of them turned out. The first one dropped last night on our YouTube channel. Remember to like and subscribe, but go over to our YouTube channel and see our conversation with Hugh Freeze. Loved learning a lot about Hugh Freeze. You can see that right now on our YouTube channel, and we'll have 6 others that'll drop from our Coca-Cola stage out at Greystone at the Tradition as we move over the next couple of weeks. All that with our friends at Coca-Cola. Tell us about Odie's and how you're getting ready for another big week out there of trivia and live music.
Yeah, tomorrow night we'll have Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every Wednesday, 8 o'clock. Make sure you join us for that. We'll give you more details tomorrow, but if you're just looking for a great lunch or dinner, stop in and go see Will Haver and that great staff. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for more than 3 decades. The burgers, the wings, sandwiches, fantastic stuff. Ice cold beer buckets out on that patio full of Bud Light. Stop in and see our friends. Odie's, it is a Birmingham institution, Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on The Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day. and still pull out the big stick. The type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. And the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. We're 102 days away from week 0 of the college football season, 62 days from our trip up to Nashville for SEC Media Days. The ACC meetings are ongoing at Amelia Island. We'll get to that conversation coming up in just a second. But first, Brownie, if you will, tell us about mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag.
Right now, Jimmy D, you can jump on board with mybookie.ag, code next round. When you do that, code next round at mybookie.ag and secure that first deposit sign-on bonus of up to $1,000. It is quite simple, just $200. You play with $300 instantly. It is that simple with code next round at mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series. Take advantage of crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie money bag. They make it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. If you're a diehard or just a casual, simply put, there's never been a better time to start exploring the world of online sports betting than with mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round.
Michael Alford, who we're friends with, who's now the AD of Florida State, started this at a Board of Trustees meeting a few months ago, in fact. At least he started it publicly. He's the one that sort of went public with a discussion that had been ongoing about ACC media rights, how they're lagging behind, and they're locked into this deal through 2036 with ESPN, and ESPN's getting a still with the ACC on the price they're paying compared to what the Big Ten and the SEC is about to get into with their new TV contracts. So when you see the AD at Florida State and the trustees come out saying we cannot compete at how far we're about to get behind on earnings with the Big Ten and the SEC, it's going to impact us on the field with the outcome of games because we're not going to be able to keep up. You thought maybe that was just Florida State positioning themselves. Comes out yesterday from 2 different places. Ross Dellinger, who doesn't name schools, but he basically said half the league, the ACC, had legal teams looking at grants of rights, the grant of rights that ties them to this TV deal and to the Atlantic Coast Conference, and unable to leave financially and take their media rights with them to another conference. 7 schools were retaining legal teams to look into if that contract could be broken. Well, Brett McMurphy comes out and names the 7 schools. And by the way, pretty important schools to the Atlantic Coast Conference. They are.
They've been labeled the Magnificent Seven. I hate that nickname, but.
Yeah. Clemson, Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, NC State, Virginia Tech. A couple of interesting names in there in Virginia Tech and NC State, always the speculated teams that if the SEC ever robbed the ACC, that's who they would look at. But some other big players. Not in there is Duke, which shows you this is mostly a football conversation, right?
Yeah, that's what we learned all of expansion is that football carries everything.
What Michael Alford brought up at the Board of Trustees is that he is wanting to push for some kind of not equal revenue sharing. That's the Magnificent Seven maybe gets more money than the other 7 in the deals. But experts are saying that would only add about $5 million each to each one of those schools more than they're making now.
What are they making right now? Because it's the first thought that I went back to the Big 12 and how Texas and Oklahoma always got more than everyone else. It was never equal. And in the ACC, it doesn't really seem like it should be.
Right now, each ACC school is going to make $30 million a year less than the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yep.
$30 million a year less than.
I'm not sure you can compete that way. Like even Clemson and Dabo, as well as they've done, I don't know how you keep up. I really don't. I don't know how you keep up with Alabama and Georgia and Texas now that they're coming to the SEC, and Ohio State and Michigan. I don't know how you keep up when you're starting $30 million behind.
I mean, the product's just not nearly as good as you get in the SEC and the Big Ten. And I don't know what to do about a television contract. It's not going to get much better. And right now, where we're on expansion, can you really force yourself into another conference?
Well, so for those that don't, have a full concept of how this works with the grant of rights, what that means is, in theory, Florida State, let's take Michael Alford and Florida State, could pay whatever, it's I think estimated $120 million to buy their way out of the ACC. They could pay that, get out of the ACC, get into the SEC, and still their home games would belong to ESPN. Now, that's not necessarily a problem in the SEC because that's who owns the SEC games, right?
That's right.
Now, if they wanted to go to another conference, it becomes a problem. Say the Big Ten. Let's say Virginia wants to go to the Big Ten. Huge problem for Virginia. Why? Well, who owns the Big Ten games? Fox, CBS, NBC. So now all of a sudden, if I've got Penn State playing at Virginia, my main partners can't even show that game. It's on ESPN, so I don't even have a deal with. So that's where the problem begins for these schools.
But also, if I'm the Southeastern Conference, if I'm an SEC school, okay, I've got this new huge deal coming, and we're dividing it up 16 ways. Well, now if I'm going to add more mouths, I'm going to want more money from the ESPN or ABC, and they're already got their deal with the ACC. Why do they want to tear up that deal and then give the SEC more money? So it's a mess there. And Nicole Auerbach reported yesterday that they are looking into the legal rights. She says everyone she speaks to says that this is, quote, a really, really good legal document, that most legal experts she spoke to do not believe these 7 schools can get out of that GOR, the grant of rights.
Well, and if they do, we'll just use Clemson for an example. Look, that's appealing to the SEC. But the SEC is going to 16 next year.
That's appealing to SEC football fans.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But is it appealing to
the conference itself?
The conference itself, or more importantly, to the media rights holder, ESPN, ABC? Does Clemson bring anything to the conference that they don't already have?
All I've ever heard, I've heard speculation from everywhere else, but the only people I've ever talked to about this that actually work within the walls of the Birmingham office, the 2 names that I know you scoff at it every time I bring it up, but the 2 names that keep coming up are NC State and Virginia Tech.
Well, keep in mind here, this is something we haven't talked about yet, and I haven't really seen anybody else talk about.
By the way, they bring nothing to the table.
They bring, the SEC thinks they bring something, Lance. I think
the Richmond, the Raleigh markets.
I mean, the Raleigh market's a pretty big market, right? It's got a professional sports team.
It is, but in Raleigh, North Carolina, I've always thought to myself, much like in Nashville, is Nashville really a Vandy market or is it a Tennessee market?
It's a melting pot market.
It's an SEC market.
It's an SEC market, but there's more Tennessee fans than any school there, yes.
Right. I would imagine Raleigh is more North Carolina and Duke fans than there are NC State fans.
I would guess. I don't know. I mean, it looks like Carter Finley Stadium. When they're any good, they sell that place out, right? I mean,
yeah, but it's open-ended.
Yeah,
I mean, but so is, my God, don't start talking about Duke Stadium. They got a track around their field, I think.
All I'm saying is this, too. Where is Notre Dame most tied to their media rights other than football? It's the ACC. So not mentioned in this group, of course, is Notre Dame, who carries a big stick with them wherever they go in any sport, but specifically in football.
Was Louisville on there?
Louisville's not on here either.
That's interesting.
Louisville's not in that group either. That was named by Brett McMurphy of the quote-unquote Magnificent Seven. So this is all fascinating, but if the question I want to get to is, and I think I know the answer because I know how I feel, but part of the joy of college athletics for me is the SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC, the Big 12, the Pac-12. I like the different conferences. If we bust up the ACC and we bust up the Pac-12, and we're now down to what, the Big 12, the SEC, and the
Big Ten,
and the Big Ten, and whatever happens with the other ACC and the Pac-12. I sort of, I know we're never going back to 8-team, 10-team conferences, but if we end up with 20, 22, 24, 26, 30-team conferences, all it's going to end up being is you're going to end up with, say you have 32 teams like the NFL, you're going to end up with small divisions that that's what your schedule is going to be, and it's going to end up being this division of the SEC is going to be what the old SEC used to be, and this division of the SEC is what the old ACC used to be, and this division of the SEC is what the old Southwest Conference used to be. You know what I mean? Except for a straggler here or there, South Carolina sadly would get put with the ACC teams maybe, and LSU may get put with the Southwest Conference teams. It's going to end up going back to really what the small conferences were, but just the divisions playing under one big conference umbrella. When it's all said and done, we may end up with different names managed by different people right back where we were in the 1970s. With, instead of small conferences, we'd have small divisions, and that's where your schedule would be.
Yeah.
You go back to basically playing the same teams you were playing in the 70s, and we're just all under the SEC umbrella. It's not the Southwest Conference, the SEC, and the ACC. You see what I'm saying? And the Big Ten will be the Pac-12 and the Big Ten and some of the others.
You're saying the bigger the conferences get, in a sense, the smaller you think they'll get.
Because we can't play everybody.
No, you can't. I mean, that's the thing. You're already, Lance, trying to figure out how to play Texas and Oklahoma. And when Texas and Oklahoma come in the league, how to play everybody.
Yeah.
Add 2 more and see how much more complicated it gets.
And by the way, 16 seems to be about as...
That should be the cap.
That seems to be about as big as we can get. I love the 9-team, and then we play everybody every other year. Boy, I'm excited about that. And I was thinking to myself last night, well, if we played 10 games, we could play a 5-team permanent, 5-team rotate every other year if we went to 10 games. So, there are other ways to do it. I just don't want to get too... again, you sound like the old guy who doesn't want the playoff games streaming.
We've already got big enough.
But we can get too big.
Well, but the other option on this is adding another regular season game. Would you be open to a 13-game schedule rather than a 12-game?
Well, it's going to be really difficult. Yeah, I mean, we all would.
I would, but
13-game, and then you've got a 12-team playoff, so teams can play 16 games.
But now that
17 games.
Now
18.
that players are essentially employees, I mean, that was always the drawback on it. Is these are amateur athletes. We can't ask them to do anymore. They got school to go to.
You keep saying essentially employees. Essentially is the key word there, Brown.
Well, but
until they're employees,
I think at some point in the near future, I'm going to be able to drop the word essentially, Jim.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. But I mean, but if Bryce Young last year made, I don't know what Bryce made. What would you guess? $2 million in NIL deals? Is it that big a deal that he plays one more game? Got me $2 million. What's the deal?
Well, his shoulder would say, maybe I can't play one more game, or maybe these opt-outs tell you, I want to think about my not my $2 million NIL. I want to think about my $48 million NFL
I don't
career.
think that's going to change anymore with one game, though.
Yeah.
I think if guys are thinking that, they're going to think it at 12 or 13.
Well, we keep going from that one game,
Yeah, it has been.
My dad was around when they played 10 games, and I'm sure back then I said, Dad, what's it going to hurt when we play 11? It's just one more game. And then in my lifetime, I can remember, we got a leap year. We can play 12 games this year.
A leap year?
Whatever it was. Remember back in the day?
I think it was when there were.
Is a leap year every 4 years?
Yeah. And it added a Saturday in the fall, basically, is what you're saying, the way the calendar worked.
So
I do remember that.
Every now and then, because we were doing AM radio, this is the year we can play 12 games. All right. So you got 12 games. Well, now we're like 12 games in a conference championship. That's 13. Oh, let's go to a 4-team playoff. So now there's 14 and the national champions 15-0. Now, as LT's saying, about to go to a 12-team playoff next year. You can play 17 games.
Yeah.
Now you want to add a regular season. Hey, what's one more, Jerry? What's one more? That's 18.
Oh, the NFL's going to do it. You don't think the NFL's going to add another regular season game?
Oh, yeah.
I know. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I mean, it's only going to.
Yeah, but Bryce is going to make $48 million for that extra.
I get it. I get it 100%, man. But I'm just telling you, I tell you who's going to drive adding more games are TV partners. They're going to be like, if you want more money, we got to have more inventory. If you want any more, we're paying you all we can pay you right now. If you want any more, we need more inventory. So the minute y'all add another game, we'll cut you some more checks. But until then, we've paid all we can pay. And
They're stray dogs, man. They're stray dogs.
I mean, that's when the conferences
feed
are
them
gonna,
once, they want more, man.
That's where the conference heads are going to get together and say, they're right. If we just played one more game, look how much more money we can make.
Matthew says in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive Twitter feed, there's only so many football games that can be aired in a weekend. At some point, the value shifts to other sports to grab eyes in other seasons. Basketball.
Yeah, the problem is the other sports don't bring the eyeballs that football does. That's your problem there. I mean, I get what he's saying.
Give me more games during the Saturday.
I mean, you just don't get the same amount of viewership in a college basketball game that you do a college football game. It just doesn't work.
Bobby, I was saying from 10 to 11, not 11 to 12. I mean, Brown and I were doing a show when it moved from 11 to 12. Yeah,
I do remember that.
It was 10 to 11. I wasn't alive, I don't think, for 10 to 11, or at least I don't remember it. But I was saying my dad probably said, "Oh, wow, we're going to play 11 college football games. Might as well make them the NFL."
Little did he know that was the way it was headed, right?
Filtered cigarettes. Why do I want these filtered cigarettes?
I mean, you think about it, during James Sr.'s time, I know he's still around here, but not to date him, but Bryce making $2 million, top paid quarterback in the NFL back in the day, wasn't even scratching close to $2 million.
I mean, Joe Namath. I mean, he was the GOAT, right? And he didn't make $1 million.
What do you think? What do you think? Just on the fly, Jim Kelly topped out at?
I would say Jim Kelly made $2.5 million one year.
This is going to be insane when you pull that up.
I mean, it really is going to be because.
Let me go ahead and beat Bobby to the punch. Alabama quarterbacks were making $2 million back in the 70s.
You just didn't know about it, right?
Yeah, I just didn't know about it.
It's so funny while he pulls that up. You mentioned the unfiltered cigarettes. I got caught in a rabbit hole because I stumbled across something on Twitter that Darlington was doing the throwback race of some of the paint schemes. And I saw this article about old NASCAR paint schemes and some of the products they used to be able to pimp on there.
Well, if you ever,
like Harry Gant was driving the Skull Bandit car. You remember?
I was about to say that. If you go back and watch, I love watching old football games on YouTube. One of the platforms we're on right now, like and subscribe, give us a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
But if you go and watch old games that include the commercials, I mean, how many smokeless tobaccos? Like Levi Garrett was another one of those cars.
Red Man, Levi Garrett,
and Skull Bandits, the Skull.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Winston Cup. I mean, it was cigarettes that were sponsoring their whole trophy.
But Levi Garrett is what the Thompson, the '80s Thompson Warriors. That's what we chewed, wrapped it in bubble gum. Levi Garrett.
I wish that tobacco money would come back.
That'd be easy.
And says the sales guy.
Well, back in the day, everybody thought that was going to be like, all agencies and sales reps were all going to go out of business because that tobacco money was going away.
Anymore.
This is crazy. So this is the LA Times archive from August 19th, 1986. From the Associated Press, Jim Kelly, record-setter passer in the United States Football League, became the highest-paid player in the National Football League on Monday. The Buffalo Bills signed Kelly to a 5-year contract that, according to Kelly's agents, is worth between $7.5 and $8 million.
Holy cow!
That salary, about $1.5 million a year, is at least $200,000 more than the top-paid quarterback Joe Montana.
The most he ever made.
Joe Montana was making $1.3 million a year.
Kelly in 1993 made $4 million. That was the highest he ever made.
Yeah,
$4 million.
That'll be.
Is that rookie minimum right now?
Well, I mean, I would think that Arch Manning's already going to make that once he plays, right?
He could, yeah.
JA says just drop 1 or 2 of the FCS Cupcake games, and you can still keep playing the 12 game schedule. Well, that's where we're headed. I mean, when you go 9 games, which we should get to that vote later this month at the SEC meetings, one of the games that'll go away is one of the FCS Cupcake games, we hope. All right.
But real quick, though, have you always considered the Bills great fans? I mean, they're considered some
very passionate fans.
It says here the Bills are hoping to revive instant credibility with fans after just winning 4 of their last 32 games. So they were 4-28 and selling fewer than 20,000 season tickets for the second straight season.
They were 4-28. You can go sit in snow for that.
You think you make some money going back and buying a bunch of season tickets?
That's season tickets, so it didn't mean there were 20,000 in the stands. But yeah, I see your point there. They did have some empty seats back in the old NFL days before we got to where we are. Hemphill gives you part of the show today. If things aren't running right, flowing right, call our friends at Hemphill. Right now, when it comes to air conditioning, you want to get that checked out. Nobody does it better than Hemphill.
Yeah, the weather here is changing. Obviously, Hemphill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090 or online, hemphillservices.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you want to see a good basketball game, Arizona and Michigan State's going to play each other. They announced it yesterday. Problem is, they're playing right after Green Bay and Detroit on Fox on Thanksgiving Day, when you'll be flipping around to watch the Cowboys game.
So Fox is going from an NFL game into a college hoops game.
Arizona, Michigan State, a little college basketball.
They'll still be, there are a lot of, you know how it works in a way. A lot of people TV ratings are often helped by people that just forget to turn the channel.
All about the lead-in, my friend.
Yeah.
All about the
I
lead-in.
mean, ask the USFL. They got a good lead-in from the Kentucky Derby. I mean, that's not even a highly viewed sporting event.
And by the way, Michigan State, Detroit Lions, a little bleed over of local fans
True.
there in the Detroit and the state of Michigan markets there. But that's one basketball note from yesterday. A little special day that I missed yesterday that I want to bring up after LT tells us about our friends at Gutter Cap.
823-2212. Cap it. Don't snap it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. You get the ladder out. You get on the roof. You slip. You fall. You snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Do what I did years ago. Call my good friend Chris Stewart. 205-823-2212. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call today for that free estimate, 823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
We've talked a lot about television and media rights and stuff in this opening hour of the show, including, the streaming of an NFL playoff game and then the ACC maybe breaking up over media rights and such. And I don't know how many people. Barkley says he would never listen to a sporting event on radio. But I do. I enjoy listening to radio broadcasts sometimes, especially riding around in the car. I enjoy them. I think they're very entertaining. Sometimes I'll throw them on if I'm on the back grilling or whatever. Yesterday was the 20-year anniversary of the death of Jim Fife, the longtime Auburn broadcaster, and the Auburn Network was honoring him yesterday. There's a picture, if you're watching us on our streaming platforms, of the late, great Jim Fife, who was there from 81 through 2003. And I know this is a little blasphemous, I guess. I liked him better than the Georgia announcer,
Larry Munson,
or the Tennessee announcer,
John Ward.
Yeah,
I would agree. I don't disagree with you on that.
I
don't think that's blasphemous at all.
Fife was, some SEC people, think that Munson's the GOAT. Some would go Ward.
Jack Crystal.
Yeah, I just liked the way Fife did it. He was just enough of a homer for me, yet still being really good on the call. And not that I didn't like Munson, but Fife was perfect for me. And I go back to my days in high school of running the Auburn Network board on the AM station, low-power station in Alabaster, and I'd get to sit there and listen to them on the call, and Auburn and Texas back-to-back those years. I was working the board there, and he was so nice in person. But he was my favorite radio play-by-play guy in SEC history. 20 years, it goes by like that.
And I think also he was the play-by-play guy in the heyday of Jordan-Hare Stadium. Like those Pat Dye teams, to me, Jordan-Hare Stadium's always been a difficult place to play when Auburn is good.
But the 80s, man.
But the 80s, it just cut a little different. I don't know why, and you could hear it come across in their broadcast. Like, he was an excitable guy, but I could be, and you had to do this a lot because not every game was on TV, but you could be riding around listening to that game, and I felt like I was at the stadium. Just the way he presented the game and their crowd mix on the radio and how juiced that place would be.
I just remember how big of a deal it was listening to games because you couldn't actually see that game on TV.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, it's a good point because, like the great Florida State game in Tallahassee, Auburn and Florida State was a non-TV game, and it was like 45-41, and your only call on that was Jim Fife. Up and down the field they went.
And again, that's the way you got scores from other games too, listening to some of those broadcasts.
The Dixie Crystal scoreboard update on the Auburn Network.
Yeah, I would too. I don't know if you would do this, but I'd be riding along listening to Jim Fife or Eli or whoever, and I'd be envisioning the game, and then they would say, all right, action moving our left or our right. And I'm like, oh, I got it going the wrong way. I got to flip around now.
But in your head.
Yeah,
I mean,
in my head.
Yeah.
I was doing it. They were driving the other way in my head, and then I had to flip it back around.
Yeah, I'm like you. I was, so Sunday game 7, Sixers Celtics, I was down at Good Dog, the dog park downtown with Ladybird, and I watched until 2 minutes left in the half. But that final 2 minutes took a little bit of time, so I listened to that ESPN coverage in the car on the way home to watch the second half.
There's something about it that just makes it so, I don't know, you use your own imagination. You can, if they're really good, and there are few and far between that are really good at it, but Jim Fife was one of my favorites. So I hate that I missed it yesterday, but I saw the Auburn Network's post last night when I got home. 20 years, it seems like yesterday we lost Jim Fife. Absolutely fantastic human being, and also the best at calling games. like you said, Brown, in the 80s. Tillman. I mean, even when Bo Jackson goes the wrong way, or even the kick for Alabama, which is a great iconic call. Fife, his emotions in the call in a losing effort.
I've never heard his
really
call
good.
on Van Tiffen's.
You know, I haven't either. Have
I'd
you
love to
heard
hear
it?
I have not heard that one specific, but
I would be fascinated to hear that.
you can go back and my favorite call.
I don't think I've ever heard Eli's of the kick six either. I'd be interested in hearing that.
Oh, yeah.
I think I've heard Eli's once.
Have you?
The kick
I mean, it's
six.
got to be pretty dejected. Are you kidding me? I mean,
Rocky does a good Eli.
I know.
That was terrible. I remember that quarterback club. And I was like, got to lead with that, and I did, and it was just like crickets even
you were
left.
able to do stand on the back end of the kick six.
Oh, my God!
I do think Fife was as good at basketball.
Well, he was. It's just the product wasn't as good.
As a Kentucky guy.
Yeah.
He was as good at basketball.
That 80s product was good.
It wasn't as good as football. No, you're right. It was good. But then he got into the Tommy Joe Eagles era and had to call some really bad games until Cliff Ellis came and gave him, a couple good years.
Did Tommy Joe, he didn't die on the court, did he?
No, I think he died after he left Auburn.
Yeah. But anyway, a second to make up for one of my mistakes yesterday of missing the 20-year anniversary of the passing of Jim Fife. We'll jump back in with our conversation with Clay Travis coming up. A lot of other stuff to get to, including another Jim mistake later in the show. 2 of them in the first hour.
Wow.
We'll knock out another one later in the show. That's being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. If you ever mess up, tweak a knee, hurt a shoulder, or whatever, you don't want to miss any work.
Yeah,
Precision Sports can get you back in the game.
How's your left wing going?
It's going well. There's spots it still hurts, but got 2 rounds of golf in this weekend.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Dunaway checked he tripped on a gas pump hose.
Every time we bring it back up, I keep looking over my shoulder to see if the video is rolling.
My guy never got back. He was like, I'm going to check on it for you. And then I reached back out to him. I didn't hear anything.
We can do a reenactment.
Yeah, 89 and 87. So my putting is not good right now. I'm a lot of 3 putts, but driving the ball has been okay.
Remember the number, 205-512-3885, the website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting something up in the attic. Maybe you hurt the elbow shooting hoop in the backyard. Let this be the year that Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, this hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Things aren't running right, flowing right, or draining right. You can jump in and get that air conditioning checked out now before we get to triple digits. Back in the 90s again today, LT.
Yeah, make sure you call our friends at Hemp Hill Services. They want to make sure that HVAC is working properly. Right now, $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, Adam, Chad, the team at Hemp Hill Services, they want to make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. They are a locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
By the way, tonight the NBA playoffs crank back up. Lakers and Nuggets, 7:30 on ESPN. Before that, at 7 o'clock, they'll do the ping pong balls, the draft lottery. If you're not familiar with this, 14% chance of having the first overall pick for Detroit, Houston, and San Antonio, 12.5% for Charlotte, 10.5% for Portland, 9% for Orlando, and then it continues to drop down all the way to 1%. And then the Hawks, of course, just missed being in the lottery, typical Hawks, making where they made it in the season but not into the lottery. But everyone's excited because Victor Wembanyama, is that close?
It's close,
Wemby is what they call him. 7'4" Frenchman, 19-year-old, can dribble, handle, run the floor, amazing, being called the most hyped prospect since LeBron.
If he stays healthy, based on the videos I've seen from him, he's got an opportunity to be one of the best ever, and there's no doubt.
To be in the Michael LeBron conversation.
He's got a skill set that we just haven't seen. I mean, he's Kevin Durant with six extra inches is what he is.
Got the handle, got the shot, shoots the outside shot really well, and only 19.
Can you think of an NBA guy that was built up this much that failed? I mean, built up this much, not just a good one that failed. I mean, Greg Oden wasn't built up this much.
No.
Was Kevin Garnett. He didn't fail.
He didn't fail.
Kevin Garnett's one of the best ever.
No, I know. He didn't fail, but he didn't reach LeBron and Michael Jordan.
But Kevin Garnett was not even close to me. The only guy that has been this hyped I've ever seen is LeBron James.
And he made it. I mean, that was kind of what I was fishing for there.
Barring injury, will make it. There's no doubt.
Maybe Zion, says Matt.
No, I think he's much more hyped than Zion.
He's probably the most hyped prospect since Zion. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think this guy looks to be a better prospect than Zion.
All right, let's talk a little bit of other things going on in the world with Clay Travis, who joins the show now.
He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Clay?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thank you. Random question. I just saw it on Outkick today. I was completely unaware until I saw it. But you guys did an article on this movie that's about to come out, and I'm fascinated with the Kennedy assassination. But it is from the eyes of the Chicago Mafia, and basically playing into the long-running theory that the Mafia actually had him killed. I don't know if you know much about this. It was on Outkick. I know you don't read everything your site puts up there.
Clay would rather not comment on this.
I mean, look, I've been fascinated by this for a long time. I think the evidence would reflect that Lee Harvey Oswald did the shooting. Certainly was in the Texas School Book Depository. Whether there were multiple people involved in the shooting is still, I think most Americans probably believe that there were. And the idea behind this, that Oswald was just kind of a random guy and kind of acting alone, is something that has never really, I think, made sense to most people. Now, partly, I think that's because we don't like the idea, just from a larger narrative perspective, of someone as famous, iconic, and significant as JFK being able to be killed by a lone wolf kind of acting on his own like Lee Harvey Oswald. That just kind of rejects the idea. It seems that JFK is larger than life and Oswald is so comparatively insignificant. And so the idea that he could take JFK's life, I think, is just rejected as out of hand in many people's minds when they think about this. So I've always thought that there was something more at play in terms of what exactly went on here, how it went down. And I think the vast majority of Americans, agree with me. What has it now been, 60 years, right?
Yeah,
This is the 60th anniversary of the shooting, basically coming up right now in I think in November.
Yeah, and I guess that's why they're releasing it now. But it ties it back, and it's got a good cast in it. It ties it back to the infamous head of the outfit in Chicago, Tony Accardo, who's actually the guy that is the great-grandfather of the Bosa brothers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He is one of the most notorious mafia leaders. He operated everything from Chicago West was his. And the five families kind of handled New York, but Tony Accardo basically had the western half of the United States when he ran the outfit in Chicago. And that's the Bosa's great-grandfather.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. But yeah, I'm sure I'll end up watching the movie. In general, I've always been fascinated by the JFK. Going back to the movie that what's the guy's name made back in the day that came out in the 90s.
Oliver Stone.
Oliver Stone.
Yeah. JFK. I didn't like that one.
Yeah, well, I thought it was kind of a mess, but I think most people watch that. I think that's been a discussion for a very long time now.
He brings up the Bosas, and if anybody's wondering how big the NFL is, we started the show off with Peacock, and the NFL is selling one postseason game for $110 million behind a paywall for the first time ever. I guess this is just the beginning of where we're heading, and are you surprised, though, that they paid $110 million for one game?
Yeah, good for the NFL. They're basically, effectively putting their toe in the pay-per-view waters, right? Because the way that this is working is Peacock is going to require everybody, I think, who watches this to basically have a subscription, right? Now, I'm sure there'll be a ton of people who sign up for a monthly and then cancel. And if you're in the local market, I do think that's important. Of the two teams you'll be able to watch on, standard television. But this represents the first time the NFL has really kind of gone into the streaming era. And what I would say in general about this is, and I've had conversations on the tech side because I don't think people think about this enough. Right now, we don't have the bandwidth to be able to have the Super Bowl, for instance, as a streaming service. So what I mean by that is if tomorrow they said, hey, the Super Bowl is going to be on Netflix, right, or Amazon Prime, or one of these entities. There isn't the bandwidth in America right now to handle 100 million simultaneous streams of the Super Bowl, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. We don't know exactly where the number is. Obviously, Amazon Prime on Thursday has probably set the record for the most concurrent, simultaneous streams that can occur of a game that's being broadcast on streaming in general. But a lot of people's minds are blown when you tell them that, like, there's no way that the bandwidth and that the pipe, so to speak, could even support a Super Bowl on streaming right now. The reason why I bring that up is presumably Peacock is going to be able to handle this, but I think it's a super challenge. The other thing is streaming by and large is way behind live. And this is a mess when it comes to, for instance, I'm sure a lot of people have done this, live game wagering. you can't live game wager on streaming. Not to mention, it's hard to follow on social media because you can be like a minute and a half behind the action, which is, and I'm sure some people out there have noticed this, sometimes if you got a buddy who's streaming and you're watching on traditional cable satellite, or certainly with your antenna on a free broadcast network, you can be way in advance of where the streaming friend is, such that you're reacting already to a big play that doesn't show up on your friend's screen for another minute.
And that is a huge problem just with over the air and direct TV. And you're right, it's an extra 90 seconds or so. Where does it end though, Clay? Because I started the show by saying I'm totally wrong. I never thought we would have an NFL postseason game that was behind a paywall, but we've done it. We're trying it with one now. How far can this go? Will eventually there be two, a whole weekend, everything, a Super Bowl? Do you think it'll go that far into the future?
I mean, I think it's going to follow wherever the money is. I mean, I think that's the easy answer. And when the NFL's looking around and saying, "Man, we got $110 million for one wild card game. If we got 110 this year, why wouldn't we take 220 next year? Why wouldn't we expand the playoffs and add another $400 million to our league revenue?" I think it's going to move that way quickly. I think, guys, the cable and satellite bundle will basically not exist in 5 years. That is, and I'm not saying I'm in favor of it, because I've actually defended the cable and satellite bundle because I think it was very affordable, relatively speaking, and also easy for your average person to be able to sit down and put on a game. I was over at a friend's house this weekend, and he didn't have cable or satellite, and another guy was like, I don't know any of this stuff. I think it was an F1 race or something on, and he was like, "Hey, can you put on the F1 race?" And I mean, the complicated factor that is involved in trying to figure out where things are airing, whether it's Peacock, Paramount, Amazon Prime, Netflix, like it's hard to find things now. And I think it's going to become increasingly difficult. And, the whole idea of streaming was people have wanted a la carte for a long time, right? Like, let me just pay for the channels that I watch. I got 200 cable channels, I only watch 10 of them. We're going to all end up paying way more, and it's going to be way less efficient, I think, for streaming. And I also think the streaming is not going to be a very good business for most of these media companies. So it's I think it'll be messy and difficult for sports fans. And certainly the older you are, I think as a general rule, the more challenging it is for you to be able to figure out, hey, how do I put on this game? Where in the world is it airing? In a way that I think a lot of older sports fans are going to have great difficulty and frustration trying to put their games on.
Clay Travis is with us, Outkick founder. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Does Lakers Celtics carry nostalgia for you the way it does me? I'm 47, so middle school me, Celtics Lakers was my intro to the NBA. It's what divided my friend group, Lakers fans, Celtics fans in the NBA. And we're 4 total wins away from seeing it, or 8 total wins away from seeing it. Does it carry any nostalgia for you?
I mean, I think I'm right on that edge where basically my earliest memories of the NBA are the Jordan era games against the Pistons, right? So when I was 8, 9, or 10 years old, which is, I think, in general, when you're old enough to start to pay attention to sports and put them on yourself as a general rule, I was all in on Jordan versus Pistons. So I was a little bit too young to be the Bird Magic era. I would say I'm more of the Jordan era of the NBA than anything else. So I do think that's the most interesting matchup for sure, based on the traditional rivalries, East Coast versus West Coast. I will say that I'm actually super intrigued to see how Denver and Jokic is going to do on the big national stage. We really haven't seen them there before. The other 3 teams are certainly very well known in terms of making playoff runs. At least even the Heat without LeBron has been in the finals. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see. To me, the most fascinating of the series is the Nuggets against the Lakers. And the difference for the NBA between Lakers Celtics and, let's say, Nuggets Celtics is probably 40% viewership, because way more people will tune in, I think, to LeBron and Anthony Davis and the Laker sort of rivalry against either the Heat or the Celtics than they will. Denver kind of has the opportunity to spoil this overall viewership.
Clay, interesting celebrity birthday today. Tucker Carlson, 55 years old.
We could do this. Do this to Clay says he's got the gift.
I know you spent a little time out on the West Coast the last couple of days. Any news on Tucker's replacement yet?
I don't think anybody knows. Hold on a sec. I don't think anybody knows what's going to happen there. I had an alarm going off. I got
Tucker behind you doing this.
Yeah, we thought you were getting some breaking info there.
No, I think nothing is going to be determined. If I were, and I don't even know this for sure, I think it'll be the fall before they officially decide what the new primetime lineup will look like there.
What are they even doing on the programming right now?
I think they have rotating guest hosts.
Okay.
And I have not been, so I have not been asked to be a rotating guest host. So my general presumption would be the people that are in the running to be, Tucker's replacement will be the rotating guest hosts over the next, couple of months. And I think they've had Will Kane is hosting this week, because I was on the show with him yesterday. Talking about this, actually Ja Morant gun drama. So I think he's the third guest host they've had, maybe the fourth, since Tucker was replaced.
Will you frame your Sports Illustrated issue of Martha Stewart, 81, SI Sports Illustrated cover?
Is she really on the cover?
I don't think that will make my pantheon of greatest Sports Illustrated swimsuit covers. But I will say, if you're 80 and you can put on a bathing suit and
yourself,
that's more power to you, right? That is no matter who the person is. If you're 80 and you still look good enough to have a photo taken of you in a bathing suit,
I'm looking right now. Martha Stewart's money has kept her young.
I'll say this.
Or Photoshop, LT.
Yeah, or Photoshop.
One of the two.
I just turned 44 in April. I would have to enter into some intense physical training for multiple months before I would allow myself to be photoed for the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue.
Oh, Clay,
so,
it was my biggest fear. It was my biggest fear. We had a bracket challenge going, and mine was if I lost the bracket this year, they were going to come up with 12 months of costumes, and we were going to print a calendar and sell them. And I would have been shirtless in half of them. And I was fearful of that. I couldn't sleep at night. I was so worried about it.
Clay, what would you do if ESPN approached you with a lot of money and a lot of exposure, but you got to be in the body issue?
Oh, look, people have me enough money, I'll do anything, right? But I would not. Anything legal. If you came to me and said, I don't know. There's lots of things I wouldn't want to do, right? I wouldn't want to go. Be a part of the Discovery Shark Week, let's go swim with great white sharks, right? I wouldn't want to do it, but if somebody was like, hey, I'll give you, oh man, that's a good question.
Okay, how about this hypothetical? If Laura gave you a pass and you had to spend 24 hours as Martha Stewart's escort, would you do it for $10 million?
What's the worst case scenario there?
You're banging an 81-year-old.
Yeah, that's $10 million.
He said worst case, Lance. He said worst case.
That's the highest paid escort of all time.
That would be something you could put on your Wikipedia.
Well, I think the better question is, I think she'd probably reject my advances. She's the one who might consider herself to be losing in that respect.
He is Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. Thank you for the time, Clay. Have a great week.
All right, I'll see y'all.
All right, Clay on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Developing news happening here, and it'll be brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, and we'll get to a kick time announcement.
A pretty significant one. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. You will be able to play that game at MyBookie.ag coming this college football season. Right now, though, play some of the Major League Baseball. They're in full swing. You can lock in futures on your favorite club to win the World Series. You can take advantage of crazy boosted odds via the MyBookie Money Bag. They make it simple for you to sign up and play. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay. Right now, use code NEXTROUND and secure a first deposit bonus of up to $1,000. You deposit $200. You play with $300 instantly. Just use promo code NEXTROUND to claim that bonus. That's promo code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
We were asking yesterday about, Texas and Alabama. What network would it be on? Brownie, we have an answer.
It is on ESPN, and it is on at 6 o'clock Central Time. ESPN.
By the time we get to the second half,
Lance will be gone? Oh, I'm sorry.
The sun will set in the western sky, and it'll be nighttime at Bryant-Denny.
Yeah, so night game, Alabama-Texas. Night game, Alabama-Texas.
What is it
on ESPN.
September
9th?
September 9th.
It's going to be really chilly, right?
Yeah,
week 2.
Nice and
week
warm.
2.
Well, hey, it'll be cooler than it was in Austin for that game last year, I guarantee you.
Yeah, remember, it was 100 degrees, and the Alabama fans were stuck at the top, so I have a pretty good imagination of where Greg Byrne will stick the Texas fans. I doubt they get that little slither of fans that they usually get down low after the way the Alabama fans got treated last year. I don't know. Alabama may take the high road and let them still have the visiting section, that little slither down the lower bowl. But night game, 6 o'clock, ESPN. Go ahead and book that for game day.
I think
that's
so. I haven't looked at the rest of the nation, but I don't know where else you'd be if that's going to be your prime ESPN game.
That's right, because it's on ESPN. But it's a big week. I mean, week 2 is a lot better than week 1. We'll talk to Brad Crawford in the next segment, and then we'll get into on ESPN at 6 o'clock how big of a game that is for Texas and Alabama. But that is official. Coming from the Texas football folks, ESPN, Texas and Alabama, 6 o'clock at Bryant-Denny Stadium for week 2. We'll talk to Brad Crawford about under and overestimated teams here. Teams that will be overhyped, underhyped over the next 102 days until we get to week 0. This right here on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Brad Crawford in just a second. LT, before you tell us about New York Butcher, just to be fair, Martha Stewart at age 81 is not the only SI swimsuit cover this year. It'll be 4 people. She's one of 4. Kim Petras, Megan Fox, and it looks like Brooks Koepka, but I'm sure that's not it. I can't read my writing.
I mean, Brooks is a sexy dude.
Yeah. Brooks Nada. I can't remember.
Megan Fox's birthday today, coming up on 4 days.
Wow, my gosh.
Buy her a steak from our friends in New York Butcher.
I bought one last night. I went in and see my buddy Jim. Not only did I get one of those great fillets, I also got some of the squash casserole that he's got ready just to heat at home. Also some of the roasted red peppers, or red potatoes, I should say. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop. Great selection of fine wines and desserts. 2 locations to serve you. Cava Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right, Brad Crawford, national college football writer for 24/7 Sports. You can follow him on Twitter at @BCrawford247. As we go to Brad again, if you missed it in the last segment, just announced Alabama, Texas, 6 o'clock ESPN. Week 2, Bama, Texas at Bryant Denny, 6 o'clock ESPN. Welcome in, Brad. Hope you're doing well today.
I have been on the phone with a bunch of ACC contacts all morning trying to get to the bottom of these 7 schools trying to leave and where they might go. So Tuesday in May, but it's been a very busy week so far in this offseason.
Magnificent 7 or Sneaky 7? What are you calling them?
or the Hateful 8 or the Sinister 6 or man. I'll go ahead and go with what Brett McMurphy said. The Magnificent 7 is fine with me.
Well, I want to ask you this because you live in Fayetteville, North Carolina.
That's correct.
Yeah, you're very close to this situation. One of the schools that has always been rumored that the SEC is interested in is NC State. And I made the point that Raleigh, Fayetteville is a big TV market. It's got a professional team. Yeah. And these guys and several other people are like, yeah, but is NC State even the biggest deal in that market? Isn't Carolina bigger or maybe Duke bigger? I mean, what's kind of the feel in that market for NC State or in the whole state of North Carolina for that matter?
Yeah, if you live in this state, man, and you call Raleigh UNC country, you're gonna get some hate. UNC's Chapel Hill. Raleigh is the fastest growing city outside of Charlotte in either Carolinas. I think the Big Ten or the SEC would love to reach further into the Carolinas and get an NC State. I think the biggest domino in this expansion or teams trying to leave will be UNC. You guys remember last summer, Notre Dame and UNC were sort of those 2 big programs that were sort of out there. Is the Big Ten going to grab one of them? I think UNC will go to the Big Ten eventually. And then NC State, if it's able to, have some allies here in the ACC and lead that conference, I think the SEC would be the best fit for the Wolfpack.
Well, we all know that football drives the bus. But what would happen to that Duke-UNC basketball rivalry?
I think they somehow still will play annually. They have to, right?
Louisville, Kentucky does it. It'll be a little bit different not having the biannual, but
yeah. Growing up about an hour from Tobacco Road, that's all I was force fed. I'm an SEC football guy at heart, all right. But living in North Carolina most of my life, I was force fed Tobacco Road, Duke, UNC. NC State was kind of the redheaded stepchild in the Big 3 in the Triad area. But I do think Duke UNC rivalry it's not going anywhere. And Duke's the kind of school sort of like Wake Forest. Both of the private schools, and neither has seemed very interested in leaving the ACC.
Okay, so if North Carolina has a home and NC State has a home, if this happens, I'll go two-part with you. One, do you think eventually the ACC breaks up? And if so, what happens to the Florida States and the Clemsons of the world?
If the ACC does not break up, it becomes one of those basketball-type leagues where, like the Big East, we saw, the St. John's, the blue blood basketball programs like Duke. And then to get back to your second question, I think Clemson goes to the SEC, and so does Florida State. And the Big Ten actually wants Miami. So last summer, sources told me that Florida State, Clemson were kind of the big three the SEC was looking at. Times have changed now. The Big Ten wants Miami, and I think Florida State and Clemson would go to the SEC, which would give the SEC, 18 teams after Texas and OU come in. So I think once the league gets to 20, then you're going to see, the super conference stuff finally end. 20 is the magic number for the SEC.
All right, overrated, underrated, 24/7 sports. One thing Brad's been talking about there. I get the feel, I said Florida State, was going to have a year. Oh gosh, months ago, and I mean it. I'm not saying I was the trendsetter at all. I'm just saying I am not at least bit original. Everybody is on that team right now, aren't they?
I mean, do we know if Mike Norvell can beat an elite opponent yet?
No, we do not.
No disrespect to that win over LSU last season, but that was Brian Kelly's debut. LSU was light years better 3 months later in the season than they were in that opening game, and now Florida State is supposed to go from winning 10 games last year, beating a bad OU team in the bowl game, to all of a sudden being 11-1, 12-0 type entering the playoff. I'm not sold on the Noles either. I do think they're worthy of top 10 hype solely because of the roster what they have coming back and what the Noles have done in the portal. But the ACC schedule this year for Florida State, they still got to go to Clemson, I think, in week 3. They open up against LSU in Orlando. That's potentially 2 losses the opening month of the season. And you'll see the Noles fall from, 7 or 8 to top 20. So September is huge for Seminoles if you're an FSU fan expecting that team to be, playoff contender caliber.
And the Noles' big rival, Miami, you guys have got them underrated. Now they're coming off of 5-7 in Cristobal's first year. Tyler Van Dyke wasn't even close to what we saw his freshman year. Why are you guys high on the Canes?
Yeah, I think defensively Miami is going to be a top 10 team. They have very good talent defensively, maybe 4 or 5 2024 draft picks starting right now on that defense. Mario Cristobal changed his coaching staff almost entirely, replaced the coordinators, should be a lot better there. And this is a pressure-packed situation for Cristobal, sort of like Billy Napier. Napier finished, 6-7 last year, I think it was, losing that bowl game to Oregon State. And then Mario Cristobal finished 5-7, didn't even get the bowl season. So the state of Florida this year has 2 coaches that I wouldn't say they're on the hot seat yet, but certainly pressure-packed situations at Miami and Florida.
I called Brown this morning. I said, man, we got to get Crawford on because he's got Alabama in the picture. I haven't read the article yet. I saw Alabama was on the picture, and I said, we got to get Crawford on. He's either got Alabama overrated or underrated. So I've gone and read the article now, but share with our audience, where do you have the Crimson Tide and Nick Saban?
So I am not picking Alabama to make the playoff this season. I did not pick Bama to make the playoff last season. I had Bama losing 2 games. They lost 2 games. I think they lose 2 games again. However, I think if Alabama opens the AP poll outside the top 5, you have to say the Crimson Tide are underrated because you never get an opportunity to say that. Alabama's always the number 1 or 2 team to open the season, always blessed with all the hype from national media members. And just, you don't get that sense this time around. I mean, Nick Saban is scrambling at quarterback, something we haven't seen coming out of spring practice during his tenure. The old saying, if you have 3 quarterbacks, you don't have any, right? and Tyler Buckner is not necessarily the guy I think who's going to come in there and just be Alabama's savior. I mean, Bama could have easily lost 4 games last season had Bryce Young not saved him in a couple, especially the Iron Bowl, I think it was. So, you just look at what Alabama has coming back, pretty good on defense, elite in the secondary. But there's some questions at quarterback right now. And that week 2 matchup at Texas, I'm probably leaning Longhorns right now.
Oh, no. Wow.
Bryant-Denny Stadium under the lights. Not an easy place to win.
Come
Yes,
on,
yeah.
Brad. Yeah. But they do get LSU at home. And, I mean, ultimately, the West is probably going to be decided there. I mean, so getting LSU at home, outside of the one game with Joe Burrow, that has been a house of horrors for LSU of late.
I mean, Bama's going to be favored in every game this season, I think, regardless of who plays quarterback. Obviously, Nick Saban doesn't get the opportunity to lead into a season with a chip on his shoulder very often like he does in 2023. So if Bama does start the season at number 6 in the AP poll, there's a good chance that happens. I think Saban has plenty of bulletin board material to use with those guys early in September.
All right, he is Brad Crawford. You can go read this and see more college football from Brad on 24/7 Sports and at BCrawford247, at BCrawford247 on Twitter. Brad, thank you so much for the time. Always nice talking with you.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, you too. Brad with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. In that same, by the way, ESPN announcement of the Alabama-Texas game at 6 o'clock.
I was about to get to that.
My apologies. They've announced the Sunday kick time for LSU-Florida State. Also, 6:30 for that one, Sunday, September 3rd. That is the Sunday between, obviously, the first Saturday of college football and Labor Day.
And they label it number 7 versus number 3. LSU number 7, Florida State number 3 is how they label that at the ESPN ABC platform. That game in Orlando on Sunday. They announced Texas and Oklahoma, which I think they labeled number 10 and number 6.
Yeah, it's right there to your left.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And then Oklahoma and Texas, Red River, they selected that first according to media reports. That was their first game to select, Oklahoma and Texas, the Red River. They secured that for ABC.
It's the last ever Big 12 Red River. I don't know that will be made a big deal by the two teams.
I wouldn't think.
I don't think the Big 12 wants to draw any attention to it.
I don't think either one of those teams is going to fly the flag for the Big 12. Interesting, though, on September 3rd, that matchup we're all looking forward to, LSU and Florida State. LSU is going to be the favorite as the lower-ranked team. And
even in Orlando. Huh?
Yeah, I don't think you can get enough down on LSU.
In that game?
Yep.
I mean,
wow, it's an early lock from Lance.
What are the ratings the rankings they're using there? Because I'm looking at the FPI, and the FPI had Alabama 2 and had Texas 5, LSU 4, Florida State was a little lower.
Is there any chance they're just using Schleeball's post-spring top 25?
That may be what they're using.
I don't know.
That may be what they're using. Yeah, that's a good point.
I'll tell you
good
right
call.
now.
Yeah, I was just wondering what rankings they were using. I thought maybe they'd be going with their FPI, but they're not.
Way too. That's basketball.
It's their way too early. Top
is
25.
it really?
It is.
Yeah. That's a bold move by them, Lunsford. It's just like, well, we'll just create our own rankings.
I think he's going to be close on the at least Florida State and LSU.
Yeah.
Notre Dame, we didn't talk to Brad about this, but Notre Dame, you see in the Saturday, November 4th, primetime ABC game, Notre Dame and Clemson, 13 versus 9 is the rankings they have it. Notre Dame is listed as his one of his overrated teams. And by the time we get to that, it'll be a big game because it'll be, two great programs, two great helmets, but Notre Dame may not have the rankings that you would want them to have for such a primetime matchup. But there you are, some early releases, kick times. We usually get a big wave of those out of the SEC meetings.
That's right.
Too, right?
Yep. You'll get those, and then you'll get all the first weeks, sometimes around media days, sometimes a little bit sooner where you get the entire first week. But there'll be a lot of big game announcements for the SEC coming out of that spring meeting, which is the week after Memorial Day.
Yeah.
So first week of June is when you start looking for that.
Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. We'll talk more football here in just a second, but right now, my friend Greg wants to remind you that you occasionally need to get that roof inspected. It doesn't have to be on a monthly basis, but at least every year you want to get up on that roof. Every 2 years. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? Greg wants to do it for free, a free no-cost roof inspection. If you call this number 205-542-3531, 542-3531. That's his cell number. He sent out a picture yesterday in his social media of him up on a rooftop checking somebody's roof out yesterday. Locally owned for over 20 years, he and his wife own the company, Storm Restoration Roofing, the best warranties in the business, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. You can also look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Special offers for veterans of the U.S. military, current members of the reserves, or active military people. He's got some special deals for you there just to say thank you for your service. A great company, great guy. It is Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531. Brad Crawford said it. Do you agree that you think Alabama will be the favorite in all of their regular season games?
Yep. And I was thinking this before you even said that. The only team Alabama would be a dog to would be Georgia. Like, Georgia is overtaking Alabama.
In America that would be
the only team. You could play the game. Well, if Alabama went to the horseshoe, it'd be different.
Yeah. But Alabama, Ohio State neutral site right now.
Alabama's favored.
Alabama's favored in that one. Wow. Okay.
Yep. Georgia's the only team that would be favored over Alabama. And remember that. I mean, that just flipped because 2 years ago in the SEC championship, well, I guess Alabama had lost. No, SEC championship. I think Alabama was still favored, weren't they? 2 years ago against Georgia. Or maybe they weren't. Coming off the Auburn game. Yeah, I guess they were.
I don't think they were. I think Georgia was the favorite in that game. Alabama upset them.
That was the first time Alabama had been a dog, though,
forever.
Since Saban's first season.
You would say, Brown, by that release there, those first four that have been protected by ESPN ABC, that there's a good chance that the doubleheader weekend for the SEC with the primetime CBS game is trending towards LSU, Alabama, and Bryant-Denny Stadium. We'll talk more about that coming up in the next segment. Look at some more of these TV times. Who did ESPN and jump on week 2 with Texas and Alabama prime time at Bryant-Denny Stadium? That week 2 is packed with great games. We'll check that out. Redmond Vodka bringing you part of the show today. Well, Lunsford says Georgia -6
that was right.
in that game.
Yep.
So not just a favorite, but a significant
favorite.
Because
I do remember, because I was all over Bama in that game, and everybody was like, Alabama's not going to be able to block them.
No, I remember you were all over Bama. That was one of your great calls. You were very confident.
And I was the one that didn't think Alabama could block them.
And then actually, though, on the flip of that, I had Georgia in the national championship.
You flipped it back around and said, yep, they're going to you had that one dialed in that postseason.
Locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Again, it's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available in 22 states now. Fastest growing brand out there. Our friends at Redmont Vodka asked for it by name.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Do you have unexpected medical expenses? You want to update the backyard, or you just want to take that vacation of your dreams? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union offers lifestyle loans that can make all those things happen. The great news is no collateral is required, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Community Federal Credit Union's lifestyle loans at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UAB and UAB athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech. at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. LTD&B with you. A lot of stuff still to get to in the show, but these kick times have been popping hot here. I'll tell you about our friends at Wayne's. And Brown, pull up some other big games on week 2, because as we've been watching how bad week 1 is, we've been talking about how great week 2 is going to be. Our friends at Wayne's celebrating 50 years of service to the community. Starting here in Central Alabama as a local company, they're now all over the SEC footprint, continuing to be a great American success story. And it starts with customer service. Those bright yellow trucks, I saw one in our neighborhood yesterday that was doing work for our entire neighborhood. They sort of handle all the the common areas there to make sure the lawn care is perfect there. They handle the mosquito protection in our neighborhood. They can do that for your home as well, and you can save $50 on all their platforms. Stack it up, save $100, $150 if you use our promo code. TNR, that's for the next round, TNR. Save $50, $100 on the lawn care, the mosquito protection, the pest control, and the termite protection. That's what Wayne's is known for. Great services, great customer service. Use the promo code when you go to their website. Call Waynes.com, or call them up, 866-WAYNES1. The promo code is TNR for all 4 of their services, and that's for new customers and for existing customers. So if you've been with Wayne's for all 50 years, you can still get those savings right now by using the promo code TNR. Call Waynes.com, 866-WAYNES1. That week 2 is a monumental college football weekend.
We got some good games that weekend. You know, you got Alabama, Texas, which is going to be primetime. My goal here and what we're about to do is try to determine. So the Big Ten will have some primetime games. I don't think they've announced a week 2 primetime, if I'm not mistaken, but we can see if we can find that as we go through this. You got Texas A&M at Miami. Obviously, both those teams were disappointing last year. It's a big year for Mario Cristobal. That is an interesting game at Hard Rock Stadium.
I think it's a fascinating game for both of those teams.
Feels a lot like straight out of game day to me.
I could see that.
Okay.
This game will not get the attention it probably deserves, but Ole Miss at Tulane. Now, that is on campus. That is not the Superdome for Tulane. This is the Yeoman Stadium, their on-campus facility. It's a fairly interesting game to me.
Feels like
are you gonna place all these games?
They're the American
late ESPN2.
They're the American Conference broadcast, right? So I'm going to say that is ESPN2.
Late night ESPN2, like an 8 o'clock kick.
Yeah,
I'd take that.
Yeah, I would too. This game will be interesting. I think Colorado is going to be 0-1, but Nebraska is at Colorado. That's an old school rivalry.
Is that Colorado?
It is at Colorado. It's at Folsom Field.
That's going to be FS1.
Yeah. But, I mean, that's got some interest because of, Matt Rule in his first year, prime time, those 2 logos back together.
Yeah.
I used to love that game.
Look, I think everybody's going to be tuned into primetime until they're 1-5.
Yeah. Well, they're going to be 0-1 in all likelihood because they open at TCU coming into that game. I can't remember who Nebraska opens with.
Be a bad loss for TCU.
Oh, it would be. Wisconsin is at Washington State. That feels like late night FS1 or something like that. Oklahoma State is at Arizona State.
That seems like late night.
Late night. All these games are late. We got a lot of primetime games.
You giving us the good games or all the games?
I'm giving you the good ones as I pass them. Utah at Baylor at McLean Stadium in Waco.
Potential for big noon kickoff.
Yeah. Oregon at Texas Tech. Stanford at USC. Notre Dame is at NC State. Lance continues to tell us that that's a better game than you think it will be.
Oh, yeah. NC State will be good again this year.
Yeah. Appalachian State at North Carolina, by the way.
Devin Leary?
Devin Leary didn't have a good year last year. He had a great year 2 years ago.
Yeah. I was just going to throw out Appalachian State at North Carolina as that weekend, too. That was a classic game last year. And unless I just missed an obvious one, I think I've given you all the big ones there. So
the SEC that week is only Ole Miss and Tulane and Alabama and Texas.
Wait a minute. I don't know why these are this way. You got Auburn at Cal. That's going to be it's going to be a beatdown.
That'll be an FS1 game. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say that's a Tim Brando game.
We do have Farmageddon that day. I always enjoy that game.
Iowa State.
Yes, sir. Farmageddon.
Yep.
This year it's at Jack Trice. That's my favorite location for Farmageddon. So Iowa State, and that's it. Purdue at Virginia Tech does not interest me at all.
So we don't have Ohio State Notre Dame that week?
I don't have it that week. If you'll give me 2 seconds, I'll tell you who Ohio State plays. Week 2, Ohio State is playing Youngstown State. Week 2.
That is not Notre Dame.
It is absolutely not Notre Dame.
Big Ten Network.
Yeah, that's Big Ten Network, and I'll barely watch it. So your SEC schedule that day done away. Kent State, Arkansas, McNeese, Florida, Ball State, Georgia, Eastern Kentucky. I mentioned Texas A&M, Miami, Ole Miss, Tulane, Texas, Alabama, Auburn at Cal, Grambling at LSU, Arizona at Mississippi State, Middle Tennessee at Missouri, Furman at South Carolina, Austin Peay at Tennessee, and Vandy is at Wake.
Wow.
I mean, it's not a...
And that's the good weekend after the first one.
Yeah, that's week 2, which has got better games.
It's not bad.
It's not awful. But, I mean, if CBS has to find a game that week, and I guess they will, I don't know what CBS plans to do week 2. Texas, Alabama is off the board. I mean, CBS would have to show Texas A&M at Miami, though they can't. ESPN would control that one. They can't show a game. See, they won't have a game. Well, they can't because
they can't show a game.
Ole Miss is at Tulane, and that's AAC. So yeah, they wouldn't have the rights. I don't think you'll get a CBS game week 2. I don't think there's anything left for them to show.
Sadly, Brown, you will likely get.
You'll get
Ball State and Georgia.
Not on CBS. God, no. Gary Daniels.
They've got to carry a game,
No,
Brown.
they don't. I don't think they do.
They're not carrying a bloodbath like that.
No, they're not going to carry a
Zero chance.
They'll probably put a Big Ten game at 2:30.
You know how bad the ratings will be on that game?
Dude, I'm just telling you. Do they not carry an SEC game every week?
I mean, they have not in the past.
Yeah, sometimes they've started week 3.
Yeah. It's weird how they're doing it now. But here's their problem. There are not a lot of good Big Ten home games that week either. I mean, this is highlighting one of these issues. Like, NBC, CBS, and Fox are all going to show a Big Ten game every week.
I brought that up when they were going to share those. I was like, last year we'd run through it. Even throw in USC and UCLA, you find yourself with not enough
inventory.
Yeah, not enough good over-the-air network games.
So I'll throw out the Big Ten home games. You find 3 that you would put on Fox, NBC, and CBS. You ready?
Yep.
Richmond at Michigan State.
Yeah, no.
Temple at Rutgers. Indiana State at Indiana.
Is Larry Bird playing for Indiana State?
Charlotte at Maryland. UNLV at Michigan. Eastern Michigan at Minnesota. UTEP at Northwestern. Youngstown at Ohio State. Delaware at Penn State.
Oh my God!
That's the Big Ten home schedule week 2.
I think your first matchup. You said what was the first one?
Richmond at Michigan State.
No, the second.
Temple at Rutgers.
Yeah, that's probably your best matchup.
That's gonna be your NBC Prime game.
Try to get to Philly and New York markets, Jersey markets.
I mean, that's an awful schedule.
But see, Fox has helped out because they've got the Big 12. And
right, they don't have to show them. But NBC and CBS are going to show a Big Ten game that weekend, I think. Well, no, CBS has only got 7. But I think NBC is going to show one. I don't know what they put in primetime that week.
Yep.
I mean, that's an awful schedule.
But see, and please understand what I'm saying here. That weekend of Big Ten football, now remember that schedule for when they bashed the SEC, when Joel Klatt and all the people on game day and everybody start bashing the SEC in November, when we have that horrible week before Thanksgiving Saturday when it's a lot of crappy SEC games, that I think we've corrected a little bit, and it gets better and better every year because it looks bad in November to be playing those games. But I always go back, look at you got some pretty good SEC games when Alabama was playing Texas, and you're going to say Alabama's playing Mercer or whomever Alabama's playing late, but who are you guys playing in week 2 when Alabama was playing Texas?
That's right. No, I agree with you on that. I've always agreed with you on that. But this is something, and I'm sure the Big Ten is going to fix this.
I mean, Auburn can't help that Cal sucks now, but when they scheduled that game, you didn't know what Cal was going to be. It's a Pac-12 school on the road.
Right.
Okay, but the Big Ten's playing that week too. Auburn's on the road in Berkeley.
But Yeah,
and when Auburn's playing somebody late in the year and you guys are bashing Auburn's schedule, same with LSU and whoever, that's a crappy weekend.
Yeah,
right there.
Alabama's or not Alabama. The SEC has fixed this. The first game I see is Alabama, and it looked bad. This is the week before Thanksgiving, that week that's always been horrible for the SEC. But Chattanooga at Bama. Then after that, you've got Florida at Missouri.
Okay.
At least the conference game.
Yep. We have it's a lot of games.
Save that right there.
We have Georgia at Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
That sounded like a trash open.
So Georgia at Tennessee is the week before Georgia Tech. I keep forgetting that.
Kentucky
no, it's
at
Tennessee at Georgia. No, it is Georgia at Tennessee. You're right. That's the week before Georgia Tech. Yeah.
Kentucky at South Carolina.
All right.
There's some decent. Southern Miss at Mississippi State, and then finally UL Monroe and Ole Miss. But I mean that's much better than it used to be.
Yeah, the Big Ten's got to. They will fix this, but keep in mind that next year CBS is going to show that not in 2024. CBS is going to show a weekly Big Ten game at 2:30. NBC is going to show a weekly primetime Big Ten game, unless Notre Dame is in primetime. And Fox is going to have a heavy diet of big noon Big Ten kickoffs. They can't have this type of schedule that I just showed you of games they control in a week when they are going to have 3 of those games.
Well, I do think they've agreed to, because the Big Ten, if you're not familiar, forever, they play out-of-conference games, and then it's conference games the rest of the way.
For the most part, they will occasionally play a conference game in those first 3 weeks for TV.
When they started the Big Ten Network, as I was going to say, they got away from that model to put some Big Ten games early on the Big Ten and Fox platforms. They'll have to spread the conference schedule out even more when they get to all of that. That's a Michelson look ahead to the TV schedule. We'll get back into some other stuff that is going on. Michelson Laser Vision helping LT now for over a decade with better eyesight.
2 decades. How about that?
How about
time flies.
4 years from now, you'll be 4 years old.
Time flies when you can see the clock, Dunaway.
It does, man.
Look, I wore the contacts for more than a decade. I was wasting money on contacts and solution each and every year. Then I reached out to Dr. Mark Michelson. He's a pioneer in the business, the first to perform LASIK back in 1995. Call 969-8100. You can schedule that hassle-free consultation. I talked to Amy yesterday at Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. You have 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to 4 downs in this segment. Also got a series of bad off-season moves in the NFL from our friends at Bleacher Report, and it's got an Alabama flavor to it. I'll go ahead and tell you. We'll get to that coming up in just a second. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Tyler the intern. There is Lunsford playing both the role of Lunsford and Forrester. It's that time of year where if you still have kids in school, there's award ceremonies and such going on. So Forrester is out right now. We'll lose some other people along the way over the next few days for awards and graduation. So hopefully Forrester will be back shortly, but I know he came in early and was setting the show up, and he was excited to make it out to awards day.
Yeah, good for Haley getting an award, his oldest. My daughter had an award ceremony for her graduating class last night. What would you think an award ceremony for a graduating class at a 7A school would do? Time-wise.
Chelsea's up 7.
Time-wise.
I would say 2 hours.
Okay. Yeah, you were right.
Yeah, 2 hours.
So I've got Jack's at 1 o'clock.
I wasn't going to mention that because it was a surprise. I assume Jack's not listening.
Yeah.
No.
Safe assumption.
You know what? A lot of those kids, though, at Oak Mountain, they're watching Breaking Bad and they're watching Ozark and stuff. But, yeah, they watch a little bit. They tune in. But, yeah, he's got awards coming up, so I'm going to be getting out of here in about an hour.
Yeah, so he won't be with us. Lance will the last hour. Brown's daughter had to rehydrate a couple of times walking back and forth for awards last night.
You think mine will be 2 hours?
I have no idea. I didn't think mine would be 2 hours.
Well, I'm just saying if it creeps up on 2 hours, I got to have somebody here for cocktail hour.
AK got up and down 7 times last night, walking up back and forth to the podium, right?
She got her mom's brains. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, and her looks.
A lot of awards.
And her looks, huh?
A lot of awards.
Well, no, she really didn't. I mean, this is where they announce like scholarships. She did get a scholarship, which I'm thankful for. Her hard work for that. That'll help our family. And like Honor Society, the tassels and all that you get. So each kid gets their tassels, which that was not an issue for me. I don't have to worry about that at Sachs High School.
We didn't even have tassels at Thompson.
I didn't know why those kids were wearing all that fancy stuff.
Damn, Bobby said it took an hour for just the 6th grade.
But it was extensive. I mean, a lot of smart kids get a lot of awards, as it turns out.
Good luck.
God, I wish I could time this right.
Good luck, Lance. Good luck. All right, this hour of the show we're always brought to you by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster Sterling is a guy that we give a ton of awards to. I mean, the best fried chicken. He what's it called? Brining, when you soak it overnight.
That is correct.
And, gets it brined right. So juicy, that southern fried chicken. And something that really surprised my dad when we were in there the other day. It's cooked to order. We order it, and they cook it for you. It comes out steaming hot. It is so fresh. It's delicious. My wife loves the dark meat. Brownie loves the caramel cake. I'm a Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. Tremendous menu there. Sterling and Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. They bring you this hour every day. Doc Rivers has been fired by the 76ers. No surprise there. Labeled as the worst Game 7 coach in NBA history.
Well, I mean, the numbers are there to back it up. And look, he's had a ton of talent. And you can talk about the one championship that he won, but again, it was championship or bust for that Celtics team. When you had, what did they call them? The Boston Three Party.
Boston Three Party.
Yeah. Ray Allen.
Ray Allen, Paul Pierce,
And Kevin Garnett.
And now you've got Joel Embiid. You've got the reigning MVP of the league, along with James Harden, and you can't even get to the Eastern Conference Finals with a 3-2 lead in back-to-back years.
Will Doc work again?
Yeah.
Outside of TV, he'll be a head coach again.
Yep.
Because I think he'd be pretty good in TV. Seems like got a good personality. He's got that scratchy voice.
Yeah, the voice is too much. He has one rough night. He's not able to do it.
Yeah. So that's one story that's out there. Texas and Alabama, the kick time's been announced, 6 o'clock, under the lights, Bryant-Denny Stadium on ESPN. That is official as well. The Braves won 12-0 last night. And I told you, I started the show saying I was wrong on that there'll never be an NFL postseason game behind a paywall. That changed last night when Peacock and NBC paid $110 million to get the rights for one NFL wildcard game that'll be on Peacock coming up in January 13th of 2024, this football season, a wildcard game that you can only watch if you're a Peacock subscriber. So you have to subscribe and log in, and that's the only way you'll watch it. I was wrong about that. I get what I was wrong about earlier this year, but here's something else I was totally wrong about, and I made a mistake. I meant what he had done to this point when I said the Detroit general manager had done a great job for the Lions.
Brad Holmes. And Bobby called me out for it that day because of the Jahmyr Gibbs pick after the NFL draft. Well, here is a list of, from the Bleacher Report.
I think Holmes done a great job.
The worst offseason moves. Number 1 on the list isn't this, but number 2 on the list was the Lions picking Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12. They believe that's overpaying for a running back, specifically that running back, and they believe it is a pick that they could have made later in the draft. And I forget, did they trade up to get Gibbs, or I forget how it worked out.
I think they were at 12, but yeah, I thought that was a reach.
That is listed as the one of the worst moves in the offseason.
I mean, do you think, Detroit aside, do you think Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 is a reach? Or was it just because of the Detroit situation? You see what I'm saying? Like, if anyone else had drafted him at 12, would you have liked the pick?
Not really.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. Detroit, they've got other needs outside of running back. You had DeAndre Swift there. I know you don't want to pay him that 5th year, but the contract you're going to have to get for a number 12 overall.
Well, they traded him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I think that's what
Why not just keep DeAndre Swift?
Bobby and several people were pointing out you could have traded back, still got Gibbs, and maybe got some draft capital there.
But outside of that, Holmes putting this roster together has done a great job.
And that was my point when I said that on that day, up until that point, of having a team that is now significant enough to where they're playing the kickoff game against the Chiefs. He's done a wonderful job at building that roster.
And here's the thing. You can't really make the judgment until we see Gibbs play. If Gibbs comes out and he's Christian McCaffrey, then you know what? Number 12 overall was worth it.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when you look at it, nobody else went running back in the first round after that. So you wonder now, that's not to say that somebody else wouldn't have picked Gibbs, but it is indicative when you draft running back at 12 and then no other running back goes that you might have reached a little bit for a running back.
Another crimson-flavored bad pick, according to Bleacher Report, and that's not the way they framed it. It just connects the dots to some local guys. Carolina, in their trade to get up so they could take Bryce Young, let DJ Moore go in that trade. And they felt like that was too much to give away DJ Moore in order to move up. They could have traded other parts and kept DJ Moore, that he was an important person to keep for Bryce Young. What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, I think DJ Moore is a good – I'm not going to say great receiver, really good, but you want to make sure that you get your franchise quarterback, right? And that's what they did with Bryce Young. So that's the guy they were all in on. You picked up Adam Thielen in the offseason. You kind of fill that void. Adam Thielen, to me, is a better receiver than DJ Moore is.
Yeah, if I had a really good receiver like DJ Moore, but Andy Dalton's my quarterback, am I better off with Adam Thielen and Bryce Young being my quarterback?
People were the people who were writing this story at Bleacher Report were saying, could they have given something else up to still get that pick and kept DJ Moore? Another one is Houston getting Will Anderson, the trade back up to get Will Anderson. They made a note by some kind of computer generated math. Houston gave up the most assets to move back up since the Falcons gave away what they gave away to get Julio Jones in 2011.
Which was a ton to get Julio. And, look, that paid off. I mean, Julio Jones is a borderline Hall of Fame receiver for them.
Took him to the Super Bowl.
I'm sure the Texans are happy with Will Anderson.
Well, I think so. But to my previous point, I mean, C.J. Stroud, for this to be to proper value, C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson have to play at a Hall of Fame level. I mean, that's just the way it is. When you pick a guy in the top 10, he's got to give you a Hall of Fame level career, or the pick didn't really pay off that much. And the chances of both of them doing that are very, very low.
The worst offseason move in just a second, but two others that were mentioned. Tennessee, they said, did not, take care of their wide receiver needs. And they said Kansas City overpaid for tackle Jawan Taylor. But if you're the Chiefs and you watch their problems when they are not good, it's leakage around the edge, right? But
I mean, it would be such a massive problem and so obvious if Patrick Mahomes wasn't as elusive as he is.
Right. And so, I mean, if you're going to overpay for a position wherever you are, the Chiefs right now trying to repeat.
Tackles it.
Tackles we're going to overpay. The worst offseason move, according to Bleacher Report, the Jets overpaying for Aaron Rodgers. They say the Jets overpaid for Aaron Rodgers, and not just what they've got to do financially, but what they gave up to get Aaron Rodgers. Now, I disagree with this because, to me, the Jets now are, they're part of the conversation. 5 primetime games. They seem like a playoff team, blah, 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 blah,
well,
blah.
Well, this is the 4th consecutive year we've seen something like this go down. It paid off for your Bucks.
It did.
It paid off for my Rams.
It did.
It did not pay off for the Broncos and Russell Wilson.
It did not.
It just depends on how this – you've got really 2 windows to get this thing done. And if they're able to even get to a Super Bowl, I think you can say it paid off.
I'm not familiar with the contract, but I think they've got to rework Aaron Rodgers' contract before they even get into the season, or they're going to be cash-strapped next season to try to keep a playoff team on the field. So that's just some of the moves this offseason, but it was crazy to me that Gibbs is directly an Alabama player. Will Anderson was an Alabama player, and compared to what the Falcons give up for Julio Jones, who was another Alabama player, and DJ Moore is a guy who was traded away to get an Alabama player. A lot of those big moves in the offseason, whether you agree with them or disagree with them, had a little crimson coloring to them there, everything except the gangrene Aaron Rodgers Jets move there. Before we get to our 4 downs, the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's, great Mother's Day gift, but now we're moving to graduation gifts.
Yeah, Bromberg's always the place to shop for the best gifts for the special woman in your life, such as a piece of Roberto coin jewelry. Our Roberto coin jewelry shows off the beauty and personality of every woman with feminine and dainty diamond pieces or big and bold statement gold jewelry. To try that diamond letter pennant, make sure you drop by and check out the Tiny Treasures collection or medallion necklace to show off her personality. You can visit Bromberg's in Mountain Brook or the Summit or online, brombergs.com. And don't forget, graduation season is here. You can pick up the perfect present from Bromberg's. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's.
All right. Again, a couple of big things today with Peacock getting an NFL playoff game. Kick time for Alabama and Texas announced. Bryant-Denny Stadium Week 2 is at 6 o'clock. And I did want to point out that Aaron Judge last night on the Blue Jays broadcast, they kept zooming in on his eyes. Did you see this?
Yeah, I did.
And he keeps glancing over like this.
I've never seen eyes do that.
He's glancing. Now, oftentimes you will glance down to see where the catcher is setting up. But the analyst, who I don't know his name, but he's a former hitter in the big leagues, was saying, I don't think the way he's glancing, he is looking at the catcher. He's looking at his dugout.
And it really was both eyes, his angle. I mean, he was looking straight at the Yankees dugout.
They said, Aaron Judge said afterwards, just because it was after the Aaron Boone ejection and the Yankees bench was still chirping at them. Yeah.
Okay, so why would he be looking at his own bench for chirping?
But then the Blue Jay broadcasts were hinting that something suspicious was up, and a lot of folks were saying, are the Yankees stealing signs? And he's getting a signal from the bench.
Buster tweets.
And what happened, by the way?
He had 2 home runs last night.
Yeah,
Buster tweets, there's an assumption on the Jays side, their pitchers/catcher were betraying the identity of the forthcoming pitches last night. That is a fancy way of saying they were tipping pitches.
Right.
Buster makes it almost sound like they were doing it intentionally. And I don't think that's Buster's intent there, and that it was being conveyed to Aaron Judge from the bench. That's
a
why
simple solution, change your signals up.
But, I mean, listen, I don't watch baseball night to night, but I thought almost everybody was using the pitch comm now.
I thought so too.
I didn't think there were signals anymore. So maybe the Jays were not using it. Clearly they weren't. I don't think Buster, again, we got a lot to ask Buster on Thursday. Keep stacking stuff up here, but I don't think he's saying that they were intentionally tipping pitches, but that they were tipping pitches and the Yankees had picked up on it.
Well,
that's why Judge was looking over.
I mean, the way he was looking towards the dugout.
I mean, sometimes pitchers can, the way they, hold, you can just see them the way they position their hands or where they've got their gloves on the pitch they're going to throw, and there's a variety of different things. If there's runners on bases, maybe they're able to see the grip on what's coming. But he launched the sequence I saw on the Blue Jays broadcast. He was waiting on that breaking pitch, and he launched it.
I wish I could remember. I wish I could remember the batter and pitcher that were involved in this. It was a famous batter, and I was reading I think it was Will Clark. He's got a podcast, and he was talking about pitch tipping one time, and he said there was a particular pitcher. He said, I just picked up in film that anytime he would shake off, the catcher almost always went fastball inside next. I was like, shake off is almost always fastball inside. He said, so I watched him shake a pitch off, and I'm like, here comes the fastball inside. And he said, I hit it a mile because I knew what was coming. Fastball inside. It was always after a shake off.
And
that's just film study.
And you can get into the rhythm of that.
Yeah.
And to me, that's not cheating.
No, that's film study.
That's film study.
That's right, yeah. And that's on
like
you.
jumping a route as a corner.
Yeah, that's on you to be better.
And I don't know how you feel. I don't think it's cheating if I'm on the bench and I can read your signals.
I don't either. Yeah.
Then you're bad at doing signals. Or if you're throwing a fastball and you always do this, and when it's a breaking ball, you always do this.
That's on you.
That's on you.
It's on your team not to get that in self-scout, and it's on you not to get it in self-scout.
That's just like tips in poker, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's tipping you off.
Exactly. And I don't care if you're banging on a garbage can or whatever. If I'm doing it just with you screwing up with no technology at all, just me with my eyeballs picking up your signals, then you got to be better at covering up your game.
Yeah.
Just like in college football, if I'm able to set across and watch Brown signal in his defense, and he's not good enough at signaling his defense, then I'm okay if I'm on the offensive side adjusting to what Brown has sent in and audibling and you running a play. That doesn't bother me. That's not cheating.
Timmons says they were using PitchCom last night, so that sounds like either the pitcher or the catcher were tipping it off then.
Yeah, body language or whatever.
Yeah, that's on them. I mean, I got no problem with the Yankees taking that and feeding it to Aaron Judge.
Yeah, so we'll see what becomes of that. It is time for Four Downs right now. Our friends at Slice, they bring you this every day on the show.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients. The Bajaya brothers created this incredible concept. Now 4 locations, the original in Lakeview, then Vestavia, then Montevallo, now Crestline Park. To view their entire menu for lunch or dinner and those great specialty pizzas, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Okay, I'm going to jump you guys to the year 2026. Better chance in 2026.
2026.
Florida State and Clemson, both ACC or both SEC?
I would say better chance they're both SEC. I'm not saying they're coming to the Southeastern Conference, but I think the ACC is breaking up in front of our eyes, so I don't think they would both be in the ACC.
I'm going to say both the ACC, and I'm going to say it's just not good business for ESPN and ABC to have everything in one conference, or for Fox to have everything in one conference. I think there's a little bit of a variety in programming to keep the ACC and another conference alive to have 4 conferences. So I'm going to say somehow, some way, the ACC gets saved. Agree or disagree?
I can't believe you heard Brad Crawford say 20 is the number for the SEC. I think the ACC gets saved somehow. So I think I would go both ACC.
I mean, you're counting on the ACC, though, being able to go to ESPN and saying, I know you've got a deal with us for X through 2036, but it would really help us a lot if you'd pay us Y now. And ESPN, who is not in the best financial situation right now, why would they do that? I've got you locked in through 2036 at X. Why am I going to pay you Y just because you're falling behind?
Well, they're not necessarily going to do that, but in order for them to be part of the SEC is going to tell ABC and ESPN, you've got to pay us X or we're not going to let them in the league.
Correct.
So ABC, ESPN's either going to pay more money to either have them in the SEC or the ACC, or they're going to have to hold what they got. Either way, either for them to move, ABC, ESPN's going to have to pay them more money. So that's why I say it sticks in the ACC.
Second down.
Megan Fox, 38 years old today.
Wow, we're already to celebrity birthdays on second down. I
Yep.
love this.
Better career, Megan Fox or Rick Fox?
Oh, I'll go Rick Fox, the Laker.
Now, I need a picture of Megan Fox if I
do
can.
you?
If it's
You
not
want
too
to see
much.
what she looks like?
I mean, I lose Megan Fox.
Remember the dad on Facebook was Googling Megan Fox naked?
Yeah. You don't have to do that one, Rockstar, Megan Fox naked, but I'll just take a Megan Fox. Wasn't she in the movie
Transformers?
This is 40?
No.
I think she was. I think she helped the 40-year-old girl run her boutique, and she was having sex with customers.
Oh, Jim, that's salacious. Rick Fox, 3 world championships, and he wasn't just.
Oh no,
he wasn't just a role player. I mean, he's a good player.
He ended up being the bully of that team, which was good for the Lakers. That girl right there, sex with the customer. She's a virgin.
Jim,
It's obvious.
insulting.
2 thumbs up.
She is outside
She
of
was
her
playing
thumbs.
a role. She was acting.
I know. Outside of her thumbs, she's pretty spot on.
I'm gonna go. I'm still gonna go Rick Fox.
Okay,
I
we
haven't
can't-
looked at his thumbs.
We've never done her thumbs on the
I
video
will tell you,
platform, have we?
if Rick Fox and Megan Fox had a kid, it would be a good-looking kid.
Oh, Rick Fox is a good-looking fella.
I mean, he
I
was
agree.
an actor. I would go Rick
Yep.
Fox too. I think Megan Fox, without those looks, she's probably, I don't know, working at Hooters.
Okay, here we go. Megan Fox's thumbs. This is always. I mean, it's amazing.
They are interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
man.
It's like a big toe on her hand. Yes.
Yeah, I would have to get that reworked somehow.
We got to work on that. You got to wear gloves.
Can you zoom in
Yeah, I
on it a
can
little
get
bit,
it- yeah,
Rockstar?
wearing
No,
gloves
not
would
on
be
this.
good.
I have
you
to-
can't zoom in.
What are you here? You're here for what are we doing? We're doing lip. We're doing a little cheeks. What are we doing? Little breast. Nope. We're gonna redo my thumbs.
I need some.
Well,
thumb
that's the
action.
only thing she looks like she needs work on to me.
Hey, here we go. Rockstar zooming in on
I
it.
mean, it's like it got caught in a door or something.
Maybe he did.
It's just it does look like a big toe.
Do both of them look like that though, Rocky?
Oh yeah, she got double. They're duplicates.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way all of our thumbs are gonna look hoof-like as we continue to text.
But you know, not that I'm Megan or Rick Fox, but I've got a toe on my foot that looks like a pinky finger. So she got
Do you really?
she got a thought. Yeah.
Just on one random.
Yeah, one random foot. Yeah.
Which toe is it?
It's my second toe on my left foot.
Well, you make it sound like God's up there, like Mr. Potato Heads, and somewhere there's somebody walking around with a pinky toe as a
Never know.
a pinky
Yeah.
finger.
Oh, so you got so it's long, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's kind of long
Yeah.
and more, it looks more like a finger than a toe.
Yeah,
Long and
both-
skinny?
Both of
A
my
little bit,
second
yeah.
ones are long and skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sign of royalty.
Yeah, I don't have a crown.
Third down.
What the Morpho machine said.
Janet Jackson, 58 years old. Ultimately better career, Janet Jackson or Lamar Jackson?
I'll go Janet Jackson. Yeah, I'll go Janet Jackson over Lamar Jackson. I mean, Lamar's been an MVP. He's won a Super Bowl. I don't think he's ever been considered the best quarterback in the NFL.
She's not even the most talented in her family.
Yeah, that's what I was
She's
the most talented still alive in her family.
Well, Latoya's still alive.
Yeah.
Oh,
you say?
Other than
She plays
Rhythm
for Playboy.
Other Rhythm Nation, her best album, best.
Oh God, by
era?
far, Rhythm
Yeah.
Nation. Yeah, that's what I listen to all the time. And then Poetic Justice.
Yeah, but I mean, was there a time
With
she
Tupac.
was there a time she was the top female entertainer in the game?
No, I don't think so. But
Well, she did a Super Bowl. I
she
mean, you know,
holds the record, it says here, for the most consecutive top 10 entries on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100 by a female artist.
now was that
18?
Was that her Super Bowl or JT's Super Bowl, and she just walked in?
I think it was one of those ones because remember he did a solo by himself like three or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I just think it was a feature.
Yeah, and again, I didn't, I was at that game. Not a humble brag, but the reason I bring this up is I didn't know until the next day when I was doing a show from my hotel room with Scott Griffin that had happened.
Yeah.
By the way, Milkman 256, basically he's boneless. His second toes has no bones in them.
Well, that's interesting.
Just flops around.
Just chicken finger like.
Oh man! Wow. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Chico, our friend
I mean-
Chico's got web feet. Both his feet are webbed. You know anybody with web feet?
Is he a good swimmer?
I mean,
his size, yeah.
Milkman 256. I mean, Brown and LT are acting like we need to have a charity walk for you. Are you good with the
No,
second
I mean,
toe?
he's a hard worker. I think
How do you balance?
No, I think I've never met Milkman. He's tweeted the show forever. He loves to give us grief on stuff, but he's got a soft side. He'll break down occasionally.
Apparently it's his toe.
Tell us how much he likes the show. But I think he goes Milkman because he delivers milk. I think he drives a milk truck. So I mean, he's a good, hardworking American.
I don't think that's why, but
Oh, I bet you it is.
See, I mean, to me,
So we need to know about the foot and what you do for a living.
Bobby is the Auburn version who gives me grief all the time. Milkman 256 is the Alabama version
at least
who
it's
gives me
balanced,
grief all
yeah.
the time.
but it's his middle toe. His second toe is the one that has got no bone in it.
I'll read it as he writes it, LT, because I haven't met him or seen his feet. My second toes has no bones in them.
So it's plural. So both his second toes are boneless.
I mean, that's like
My second toe's a pinky.
I don't even know how to explain that really.
Hats off to my mom and dad.
Perfect feet?
They're not perfect.
Yeah.
They've all got bones and no webs.
I like that.
No
that
peak.
signifies toes.
No pinkies.
No, that's almost like. I mean, I guess it would be the equivalent if you were missing a finger and you had a glove on, and that gloveless finger.
Who was that?
Exactly like that, except a sock.
Was that
When
Rashad
that wind
Johnson?
blows.
Was that Rashad Johnson that took his glove off and part of his finger was still in the glove?
Ah, yes.
Fourth down.
Milkman does deliver milk in Huntsville.
Thank you.
Rockstars pulled this
Lance
great.
just completely discounted
Okay,
that.
well, I just thought the milk delivery. I mean, I guess if you're delivering to a supermarket or a Publix,
Everybody got to have milk, man.
Well, you make it sound like LT. He's walking down and
With
and
glass
putting
bottles.
putting it outside everybody's door every day.
that's the way Brown made it sound.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Mr.
so-
Johnson, you going out of town tomorrow, right?
Need a block of ice as well?
I will tell you, this guy gets rougher and rougher with age. But Danny Trejo is 80 today.
He's got a good, smooth voice, though.
He could hook up with Martha.
But I watched Heat again from 1995, so that was, what are we talking, almost 30 years ago. But he looked rough. He didn't look that rough. He looks like he has been drugged behind a truck. But anyway, if I went Danny Trejo or Steve Buscemi, who was the rougher of the two?
I'll go Danny Trejo.
Oh, Trejo.
Yeah. Now, Buscemi, I mean,
That's like Buscemi's GQ. You got like the best picture of
You want Buscemi smile? You want to smile?
Yeah, because
that was the best Buscemi picture I've ever seen.
ever.
Yeah, no, that's the best he's looked. But Trejo, I think, has veneers, and I don't think Steve does. That's why he smiles like that, Rockstar. You're not going to get a whole lot of teeth from him. Which at that age, I mean, at that kind of wealth he's got, I'd go
Why does he
veneers.
care? I'd shoot those snaggles out.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to something very pale.
Yes. Better
And
Great
Trejo's got the
Nosferatu.
better color, no doubt.
Yeah, better career, Steve Buscemi, easily.
Oh, easy.
Yeah, easily.
Not even close.
I mean, Trejo's just been a character guy. And
He's been a bad. Every movie he does, he's a bad guy.
Yeah,
Like,
just
he's
the mean guy they
the
find out,
badass.
yeah.
Bottom right, Jake Peavy. A little bit of the guy from
Dave Portnoy?
Yeah, Portnoy.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Different nose. Portnoy's got a pointed nose. Peavy's got a, what you would call a pudgy nose, I guess.
Yeah, I've always liked Jake Peavy.
No, he's a nice
too.
guy.
Mobile guy.
Yeah,
Good
Mobile
analyst.
guy.
Good
Yeah.
analyst, too.
Really nice guy.
All right, that's our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Yeah, again, 4 great locations for you. Get in, enjoy the specialty pizzas from the soul pie to that wing and a prayer. You're going to absolutely love it. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
All right, when we come back, we'll get to trash and a lot more. This is TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the next round. Champy's Chicken bringing you this hour. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Somebody asked earlier if Quinnen Williams has signed his contract yet. No, he hasn't. In fact, Forster, if you can pull up a tweet, unless he signed today, and I have not seen it.
I have not seen a report on it since this tweet yesterday.
Former Alabama lineman yesterday pulls down. It just says defensive tackle for blank, period. And he retweets about Giants All-Pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence getting a $90 million extension, a $60 million guarantee. Starting to be questions whether Quinnen Williams will be part of the Jets. Right now, the two sides are far apart. Last year, 55 tackles and 12 sacks for Quinnen Williams.
I was going to say, Dexter Lawrence is a really good player, but he's not Quinnen Williams. And so if I'm Quinnen Williams, I want to get paid right now. He'd look great next to 99 Aaron Donald.
Isn't it crazy, though, what that position has become now in the NFL?
So important. I mean, Aaron Donald has changed the pay scale.
I mean, you look at basically Aaron Donald's the best at it. I think Christian Wilkins at Miami is the second best, the former Clemson. I mean, he is unstoppable.
Vita Vea is really good.
Vita Vea is really good. Those guys, I mean, they are just so disruptive now. And it's what's getting all the money.
You know, people talk, back to Dexter, these Clemson guys, people are like, where do they go? These guys are making it's different when they were all together. And you saw them like that as one unit, but spaced out, they're all making big impacts.
But Dexter Lawrence, Deron Payne, who is with Quinnen Williams at Tuscaloosa, and Jeffrey Simmons of Mississippi State all got paid this offseason. So Williams, of the four, is the only one that hasn't gotten paid. He wants to get paid. We'll see what happens in that situation there in the New York Jets. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling, the crew, open for lunch and dinner. Swing by there. You love, love, love that food. I promise you when you get a chance. Let's do Trash Rockstar. Hit it, my friend.
Yesterday was a little self-inflicted where I pried out that front control panel and cut them wires. They was kind of touching each other, shorting out the brain in the boat, and I didn't have no dash work, and I was back there hot wiring live wells, and it was my own fault.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Oh, boy, sound like you got shocked a little bit.
What do you think he was doing?
He was back here hot wiring live wells.
But what was like?
I don't
on
know.
What?
He was bass fishing.
He was fishing.
Yeah, he's
fishing
bad.
boat was acting up.
Hot wiring live wells.
Yeah, it's my own fault.
Yeah, you got fried catfish all of a sudden.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned operating company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Florida man is going to set a record.
What's he going to do?
He's going to try to live underwater for the longest a human has ever done this.
I would assume second after Aquaman, but who? What's the record? How long?
I'll get to it. University professor broke a record for the longest time living underwater without depressurization this weekend at a Florida Keys lodge for scuba divers. Joseph Detura's 74th day residing in the Jules Undersea Lodge, situated at the bottom of a 30-foot deep lagoon in Key Largo, wasn't much different than his previous days there since he submerged on March 1st. Now, Deturi, who also goes by the moniker Dr. Deep Sea, ate a protein-heavy meal of eggs and salmon prepared using a microwave.
Sounds like a video you don't want to stumble on late at night.
He's got wet hair, too, underwater.
Dr. Deep Sea.
He exercised with resistance bands, did his daily push-ups, and took an hour-long nap. Unlike a submarine, the lodge does not use technology to adjust for the increased underwater pressure. Previous record of 73 days, 2 hours, and 34 minutes was set by two Tennessee professors at that same location in 2014. But Deteri isn't just settling for the record and resurfacing. He plans to stay at the lodge until June 9th when he reaches 100 days and completes an underwater mission dubbed Project Neptune 100.
Dr. Deep, what are you thinking for the tables? Well, for me, I've always liked mermaid print.
Well, I am
just
underwater.
the chest and the scales.
First off, Brown, it's Dr. Deep Sea, SEA, not just Dr. Deep Sea, which is the video you were looking for.
My apologies.
You can play off that a little bit.
Yeah, this seems like cheating.
Why?
Well, first of all, he's got, it looks to be battery-operated lights or power, electricity somehow running down there. Obviously, oxygen's being pumped in there.
Clearly.
So you would totally do this. Let's live underwater.
Well, I mean, am I going to be a little nervous if I wake up to pee one night and the carpet's already wet? I feel like I got a leak at that point.
And see, that's my thing. I always think about on stuff like this with the bathroom situation there. So, they can't just flush it out into the ocean.
Yeah, because that looks like that is super clean water.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying.
That looks like one of those above-ground pools that somebody hadn't tended to in about 3 years.
These are a bunch of environmentalists. You really think they're just firing his crap out into the ocean? I don't think so.
That's what the fish do.
Whales do it?
Yeah, I would imagine that.
I know that's what the whales do, but they
Whales
actually
do
live
a
in the
lot
ocean.
of shat.
I mean, I would imagine it's you dump your waste into an area, then you lock it, and it goes, the air suction to tighten it, then you hit a button and it opens it out into the ocean.
Oh, I hate to find that package.
Boy, look, we found buried treasure. But you can't keep it inside.
It's Toblerone.
You can't keep it inside the capsule, or it's going to start.
If there's a way that you can insulate it where the smell doesn't get out, I guess there is.
Oof.
I mean, you shit in a can, right?
Well, if I'm going to be in there until June, I'm going to run out of space. How big is this thing?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he's eating a lot. You think the cell service is better there or Bryant Denny?
He had boiled eggs and salmon, which, by the way, where's the fart smell going?
Yeah, my God. How bad does that smell?
Hey, out of a microwave.
Yeah. I'm going to be in a lagoon and I'm see bubbles coming up. I'm going to be like, there's no Dr. Deep Sea.
Dr. Deep Sea had to go again.
Next story, really good news for dog lovers out there. The world's oldest dog is living it up in his 30s now.
What's that?
Bobby,
that's 210 years.
Portuguese dog was declared the world's oldest dog by Guinness in February. I wonder if Guinness tried to jam them up for $30,000. He celebrated his 31st birthday on Thursday, according to a news release from Guinness. Bobby's family planned on Saturday birthday party. It is home in a rural village in southern Portugal. Now his owner, Leonel, told Guinness that it will, quote, be a very traditional Portuguese party.
I don't
Over
believe
100
this.
people are set to
I don't believe it. It's a lie.
Nope.
Ain't no way that dog's 210 years old. You're not going to live that long.
He looks like he knows where he's doing or where he is.
He's not 30,
Nope.
LT. This dog's died 3 times, and they roll out another one that looks like him.
Yep.
Hey, why would you want to make up that your dog's 31?
Well, to get in the Guinness Book of World Records. Look, would we be talking about this guy if not?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it.
And I'm glad the dog survived because apparently are those houses that are leveled there? Is
It's like the Berlin Wall. I don't know.
I mean, it's like a shrapnel-filled town there. It looks like.
Yeah, I'll say though, I have met a dog that's 22. Now, 22 and 31, much
That's
different.
different. That's 140-something years.
But you've met a dog that's 22 years old before.
I mean, but I'm with Dunaway. Look at their housing. Do you think they can afford good dog food?
I guarantee
It looks like he's eating all right.
Oh, he's eating scraps.
Our viewers and listeners today, there is one out there that knows of dogs over 20 years old.
Okay, in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, anybody that has seen a dog legitimately 20 years of age or older, I think one in my family back in the day, and it was a mutt that just rolled around outside, never chained up, Redneck, Alabama. I think 15 was the oldest. 15.
Oh, so we have a couple getting to 16. Pritchlaw said his had 16. Put her down top 10 worst days of my life. Yeah, that's the only problem
J.A.
with
says
dogs,
he
man.
saw a cat go that long. Now,
Cat's different.
But is that different? Like dog years and cat years are different, right?
Oh, yeah.
So 1 human year, 7 dog
Well,
years.
dogs
What is
only
it?
have one life. Cats.
Well, they got
obviously
9
have
of them, yeah.
Yep.
What is a cat year to human year?
I think it's almost 1 to 1.
1 to 1?
I think
just
yeah, I like it. I believe
4.5.
I don't know.
I think it's
2.5.
It's
probably.
falling about 15, 16 is a very common answer over there.
That's a long living dog right there. That's why I don't
20
believe
years.
this. That's
Come on.
double what anybody else has seen.
How about this? What would you do if you woke up and you checked your bank account and the balance was overdrawn by $100 billion?
We've had a small problem.
This actually happened.
I would call my banking officials and I'd be like, well, how stupid are you? Because
I like that. Your account is overdrawn, but you may be able to take action to avoid overdraft fees.
Yes.
$100 billion.
I'm only going to need $1 trillion.
Now, what do you do if they flip that and they give you $99 billion?
You don't go spend it because they coming back for it at some point.
Yeah, but I think you could spend it and like reappear Costa Rica and nobody'd ever know.
I would call my bank instantly and said, does this mean you raised my debt ceiling?
Let me ask you this. Would it be worth moving to a place like Costa Rica if you could have that kind of money?
Can I ever come out of the United States?
Nope.
No.
Well, what is that, 99 billion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I can make my own country at that point.
Patricia Colon said that she woke up Friday morning to the surprising bank balance. Said she immediately called Chase Bank. Quote, I saw there was a number there, negative almost $100 million. I was stunned, needless to say. She spent the next few hours frantically making calls, speaking to several departments with the company, trying to find out how this happened. They finally, spokesperson with Chase Bank tells News 12 that holds are placed on accounts of deceased customers till they can speak to the family of surviving relatives. Her husband just died a couple of months ago. Chase did fix the $99 billion overdraft within a few hours. You know what sucks is she had to waste her time by making that
I know.
call.
Yeah, absolutely.
But seriously, if that did happen, 99 billion, Brown, do you think if I could get some good cartel protection at $1 million a year?
Yeah. I mean, so like if you're moving to a cartel area and you're just paying them off to
$1 million a month.
Yeah, probably $1 million a month. I think the
Yeah,
cartel.
but they come. Hey, it's going to be
Right.
It's going to be 1.5.
They're
for this
going to
month.
bump it.
They're gonna
and
keep
they're going to
bumping
find
it.
out how you got your money and how much it is.
Yeah.
And they probably just kill you off and just take it.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't carry the cash around if I were you.
I mean, you can't even trust the cartel anymore?
You can't. But now, in Lance's scenario, you're going to have it all in cash.
Yeah.
So, I mean, once the cartel finds out you got that kind of cash, your clock's ticking. It's the fourth quarter for you.
It just doesn't pay to have anything, does it?
No. All right, so 6 to 1 human years according to Mr. B for cats. So it's not that far off from dogs. So those cats are 120 years old.
Jeff had one made it to 18. Old Red.
A pit, he said.
Wow.
Yeah. I went left and Red went right.
Pennsylvania man accused of hiding out in a woman's attic for 2 days told a judge the woman wanted that kind of attention.
Okay.
Mauricio Guerrero, 19 years old, took the stand on Friday in his trial in Dover. Prosecutors have accused him of sneaking into the home of a woman he met on website OnlyFans in 2021 and of taking pictures of her while she slept.
She wanted me to do it. I don't know why she's acting like that's weird.
But Guerrero testified he thought it was part of the dynamic of their relationship, saying she wanted him to, quote, be obsessed and a stalker, and that she, quote, liked it. On Thursday, the victim testified that she was often drunk when talking to Guerrero and does not remember much of the conversations. Prosecutors said that Guerrero made 6 unwanted visits to New Hampshire, with the victim mostly refusing to see him. But she did testify they met one time, and, oh, yeah, they had sex.
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
She also testified that she kept communicating with him because she liked how it made her feel. I think he's probably going to be able to walk on this one.
You think so?
Yeah.
He just straightened his tie.
Yeah. No, she likes it like that too, Rockstar.
Now, the defense asked Guerrero how he got into the house. He said, quote, "It was the back door."
Yeah, it was. Yes,
I mean,
it was.
There's nothing I'm living in an attic for, though, Rockstar. Can you imagine living in an attic?
I mean,
It
I
still gets
think
a little hot up
some
there.
people probably would for Megan Fox.
Not in the summer in Alabama, my man.
I always wanted to, not my attic.
That's 3
at my
today.
grandmother's house, but it always was cool, like in TV shows where, you had like the Brady's Bunch, and the kids would get older, and one of them would get a room in the attic, and they'd redo the attic and make it their private room. I was like, oh, that'd be cool.
It's how Macaulay Culkin got punished on Home Alone. They sent him up to the attic.
They had a bed in the attic.
They had a bed in the attic.
We had there was one of the party houses in Homewood. The Naylors owned it, and they had. You went into one of the bedroom's closets, and you opened up the attic inside of the closet, and they had a completely built-out room up there.
Oh wow!
So we had the cops come one night, and we just went up in the attic and closed it.
Stunning.
Yeah, and
they never
had
knew.
no idea. I mean, it was an unbelievable.
It was bumping when we pulled up, but now there's nobody here.
It was basically
The damn
Lance's.
Naylors.
It was basically Lance's Anne Frank moment. They hit it the attic till the cops
bigger than
left.
her space, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jay Pear with the court records there of what was said. I won't read it word for word, but
Yes, he got it.
permission to treat the witness as hostile.
Look at Daniel quoting scripture, Proverbs 21:9. Better to live on the corner of the roof than share a house with a quarrelsome wife. That's when you live in the attic, that way if your wife is quarrelsome.
If I can only remember our passwords, we'd have nothing to fight over now.
I thought you changed it. This is the password, Maggie.
Yeah. Got into a little password discussion at 8 o'clock today.
This morning?
Discussion?
Yeah, because you guys have been around me, not as long as my wife has, but y'all been around me a long time.
I mean, your mornings, you like to discuss other things than the show.
7 to 9, if you guys ever call me to talk about anything other than the show, would I ever go, okay, hold on, let me just give me a second. I'm doing show notes right now, getting ready for the show.
You gotta alert people. The busiest time of the day, but what do you need?
Yep. Just getting ready for the show. What's up?
So what was couldn't remember a password?
We were combining some stuff, apparently.
We were.
Wait, so you didn't know anything about it?
We're going to do a little bundling?
Yeah, we're bundling some stuff this morning. Well, I mean, last night we lost our fiber, which I didn't think we could. I even told Brown, I was like, I thought that's why I have fiber.
Yeah.
It's perfect. We lost our fiber, but apparently it was just briefly. And we would not have been the Waltons last night at the Dunaway house if I'd have just reset something. I just had to reset something at the house.
Right.
So that triggered a whole, I think I've lost I don't think I will have access to the bundle anymore. I think I will have access, but I will not be controlling the websites, the purchases.
That's all going to be on Maggie now, yeah.
See, I've always controlled it because I like sliding in, a little Sunday ticket every now and then.
Yep.
Do a little yin and yang. HBO, Secession's back. But now I've got to run it through the boss.
No, see, what I need is I need an AI bot that can do all those things around the house. Because my fuse box got tripped.
When AI was going to be the end of society, now it's
I just want a rogue one that's just hanging out at my place that can do all this stuff. Because my fuse box, the breakers got tripped. And so the pool wasn't working, and I didn't know what it was. So they came out, brought a new motor.
LTPO.
I finally get the electrician out, and he's like,
CP3O?
this second box, you just got to reset it. Now, it wasn't where it was tripped.
So you bought a whole new motor?
Yeah.
And all it was the wow, that's a crappy thing to find out.
Did they take the motor back?
No, motor's already on there.
So, but
because they were like, damn, the new motor's not working. Well, maybe you could check the fuse box.
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, I need an AI that knows how to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like a 7th grader.
Hey, and that bastard could keep up with passwords too.
What color hair do you want her to have?
The one in Ex Machina, or what is it?
Yeah, she went a little rogue, so
she did, but pull her picture.
Yeah, she was great.
Is that it for trash?
Oh, Dunaway, that is it. By the way, 3 direct hits out of 4.
Yeah, Lance was killing the camera.
Y'all, look at this. Tell me if you want this as an AI.
This is from, I've never seen Ex Machina.
That's a great movie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I've seen it multiple times. I've actually got it on DVD. I know you don't have a DVD player, but
I do not.
Well, first of all, no.
No, I mean that's a weird head, man.
No, you got to
Wears
see.
a wig. She wears a wig at times.
Yeah, what's her name in real?
There you go. Lunsford, you're up.
Alicia Vikander.
Alicia Vikander?
Ridiculous. Yeah, just Google her on that, Rocky.
I'm not.
She was Lara Croft in the new Tomb Raider.
So they Angelina Jolie doesn't do that anymore?
No. Little old for that now.
Well, I mean, freaking Harrison Ford.
CIA and then VIK.
There she is down at the bottom. Swedish.
Yeah.
Gotta love a good Swede.
Do you now? You know. It's all right.
No, she's strong as new rope.
Yeah.
She looks a little young there.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But she's not, though.
That's really new rope.
She's like 26, right?
I think the first question you should ask your AI is, can I see an ID? That's Trash brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. You already told us about that?
I have not. Buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help. Jesus, she's dirty there.
It needs a shower.
She's the Tomb Raider, guys.
Can we just get through Mortgage Right?
Yeah, sorry. They're standing by to help you today. Visit their locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR.
You get distracted more than Aaron Judge does in a batting box, looking to the right all the time. When we come back, one more segment with LT. Brownie and I will take you home the rest of the way. This is the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room and on Twitter at Next Round Live. Cubs fan writes in, My first dog was 18. I got her when I was 4, died when I was 22. That's a lifetime. Great servant there, that dog, man.
I'm telling you, man, you can't beat a good dog. I mean, Lady Bird is a 4th kid.
I've noticed.
I think little Baxter took Harper from age 4 until freshman in college. That's a pretty good run.
Yeah, that's, Isabel has taken the kids on a pretty good run. Isabel now is like 9 or 10. But, boy, that's going to devastate Leighton when Isabel goes down.
Dr. B.
All right.
Dr. B will help you get your hair back right now. If you call him quick enough, don't wait too long. Dr. B's got some ways to help you regrow that hair.
Well, when I went in last night to New York Butcher Shop, the Greystone location, I was talking to Jim, and I said, man, great picture. We showed it today of you and Dr. B. And he said, yeah, I told Dr. B I'd love if he could help me out. And Jim lifted his hat. Jim's just got a ton of hair. You would be really, really envious of Jim. But again, if you're starting to thin out at all, Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. It's the guy I called first. My hair already double what it was in September after that second hair analysis. Call 205-319-0316, t3hair.net. Remember, Dr. B offering the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary. Again, t3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Okay, couple of things that I wanted to get to, LT, before you leave. LT is going for a big honor for his son coming up in the final hour of the show. But Lakers and Nuggets tonight start their series 7:30 ESPN. If Jokic is healthy for the entire series, does the Lakers have a chance?
I think the Lakers have a chance just because this is just a different Laker team. Now, the problem is you're playing Denver, who is the best home team in basketball, and they've got, obviously, home court advantage in this 7-game series. They're 40-7 at home. They've won all 6 of their playoff games, and Jokic has been unstoppable. I mean, he's going to get his. You saw what he did this last round, averaging a triple-double. But if Anthony Davis comes night in, night out, and the Lakers continue to get to the free throw line, which is difficult against Denver. Denver doesn't foul a lot. But the Lakers, they've taken, I think, 95 free throws in this last series. So they're drawing fouls, they're getting to the line, they're making their free throws, and this supporting cast led by Austin Reeves, they're just playing really good basketball right now. I think the Lakers actually win this series as a small dog.
Nobody's got a better home record this year than the Nuggets. Is some of that at the altitude, you think? I mean, that's got to make it more difficult to run up and down the court.
So Jokic was asked that yesterday, and he said, look, we're just good.
Oh, they
and
are.
Our home fans are really good.
There's no doubt, but that's got to play into it.
There's got to be something to it. That's one of the reasons I think this number is 6. You go back, Lakers won Game 1 against Memphis. They won Game 1 in the last series. So they stole home court last 2 series by grabbing Game 1. They did it against Golden State last series. So this number 6, a little heavy for me, and I think a lot of that is altitude.
Yeah.
So you think the Lakers win this series?
I do.
I mean, the Nuggets are only a skinny favorite, aren't they? It's basically
they're minus 145. So,
I mean, how significant is that?
Not too significant.
Yeah, I mean, so
they're
lay
$145 to $100.
Yeah, I mean, a relatively small favorite. I would like the Lakers probably better in Game 2 because of the altitude. So they, I'm sure, got there yesterday. They play tonight. They got a rest day Wednesday, practice day Wednesday, and then play again on Thursday. I would like them better in Game 2. I think by Thursday, maybe you're a little more adjusted to the altitude.
7:30 for ESPN tonight for that.
Yeah. And the Nuggets all time against the Lakers. Lakers are their kryptonite. 8-25 in the postseason all time.
A different Nuggets team than some of those in the past when the Lakers ran up that record a little bit.
Well, I mean, they saw some of this Nuggets team. I mean, they saw Jokic and Jamal Murray back in 2020.
Victor Wembanyama, however, Wemby, the guy who's going to be the number 1 overall pick, the 7'4", 19-year-old Frenchman, who will be the best pick. We find out tonight who's going to get the first overall pick at 7 o'clock before that game on ESPN. 14%, I said the odds for the Pistons, the Rockets, or the Spurs to get him. 12.5% for Charlotte, then 10.5% for Portland, 9% from Orlando, and then on down. Who do you hope gets that first pick? Where do you want to see him play? Because he won't play. He won't play his whole career there because we move around. But where would you like to see him?
Oh,
Remember, we saw Shaq in Orlando to start with.
I will tell you this: whoever gets this number one over, every one of them will have that jersey ready to roll, and whoever gets it, they are going to go nuts.
It's an automatic, isn't it? I mean, nobody that gets it would not draft this guy.
For instance, 2 to 5 is up in the air wherever you look. Brandon Miller could be 2 in some places, 5 in others.
So, what are the odds-on favorites right now?
14% for the Pistons, Rockets, and Spurs.
Rockstar. I mean, your Pistons could have this guy.
I can't tell you the last time I saw.
Well, you'd
Pistons
watch him with this guy.
But the funniest thing is, speaking of the Pistons, is Blake Griffin still in the league? I saw him on the bench, like on the Celtics or somebody.
Sixers, right?
Sixers.
Yeah.
That's insane. He was a former Piston for about a couple years.
Jay Pierce says the Bulls would be unreal, but very doubtful. They're further down the list, less than the 9%. Something to me, I would sort of hope Charlotte gets him. I'd like to see Charlotte good.
I don't know, man.
Michael Jordan would like to see it.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, chances are whoever gets him's only got him, 4 years?
Right, until he hits free agency.
Until he hits free agency and he's a Laker.
Yeah, more than likely. You're
then
right.
He becomes a super team. Or he ends up being a bust at 7'4" with dribble.
Well, it would be interesting in 4 years, Lance. I mean, there is a really good chance he's becoming a Laker about the time LeBron's retiring. I mean, if this guy is any good at all, if he's anywhere close to what LeBron is, you could go from the LeBron era to the Wemby era and not going to miss much of a beat if he's that good.
Yeah, I don't know if LeBron's going to hang on 4 more years.
He's got to play with Bronny, man. Going to take Bronny a minute to get to the league.
I've got a feeling this is the Lakers' last run with this group.
Interesting tonight. Lakers and Nuggets started off. Heat and Celtics start their series tomorrow night. Blake plays in Boston, everyone is saying. Smuff says put him in Portland. Portland's, I used
to like the old Trailblazers back in the day.
I did too, but I don't watch a lot of NBA. I don't watch a lot of late night NBA. I don't like that Ohtani is in Los Angeles in baseball. I wish he was on the East Coast so I'd see him more. Even my late Sports Center, his game's already usually in progress and not getting a full highlight update. I have to see him the next morning. I want the best players to be in the East.
The Showtime Lakers were in their way a lot, but that old Clyde Drexler, Terry Porter, Kevin Duckworth Trailblazers team, they were some
and
good
even
teams.
after that, when the Lakers won their first championship back in '99, they had to go through that team.
Yeah.
And boy, Rasheed Wallace, I'm trying to remember who all was on that really good Portland
team. The old school Rose Garden, they used to play in Rose Garden, seemed like a tough place to play.
And those are the teams that are forgotten, the Portland teams, the Sacramento teams, because they never got there because of the Lakers. Like
Sonics?
This Denver team is really good.
Oh, yeah, the Sonics with Sean Kemp and the glove.
They did get to one, though.
They got to one, but the fact that they were out west.
All right, we got to get LT. We can sit here and talk to him all day, but he's got to get to that award ceremony. Tell young Jack we said hello and congratulations.
I will.
We are back, 1 more hour to go right here on the next round. Stay with us.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, summer is here, and maybe you've been wanting to take that dream vacation. Our friends at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union can help you out. Right now with their lifestyle loans, this can be used for unexpected medical expenses. Maybe you're wanting to update that backyard or just wanting to take that dream vacation. How about this? No collateral required, affordable low rates. For more information, go to legacycreditunion.com. Our friends at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB, proud supporters of UAB and UAB athletics. Again, legacycreditunion.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We've been talking a lot of kick times today and some television stuff in the NFL. We'll continue that and get to some more college football this hour. Brad Crawford joined us earlier from 24/7. He has an interesting story about overrated, underrated teams. If you missed that, and we didn't cover all of these, and he's got them in his article at 24/7, the most overrated teams he thinks going over the next 102 days, Oregon State, Notre Dame, and Ole Miss. Ole Miss is becoming a polarizing team with what they have at quarterback.
I mean, I picked them. Now, look, Auburn has since gotten Peyton Thorne out of the portal, which might change my thoughts on Auburn a little bit. But we did this exercise, I think, on the Zone on 3340, then it carried over to this show one day of, all right, you got LSU and Alabama in whatever order you've got them, 1-2. Most people are going to have that. Who do you put third? And I put Ole Miss there after Jackson Dart, after the reports of his offseason.
And Quinshon Judkins. And,
yes.
They've got depth at the running back position.
He's a preseason All-American, Quinshon Judkins.
Pete Golding, the defensive coordinator who I've got some respect for.
That does more for you than it does me.
Yeah. Some talent on that defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, their defense was an improved defense last year.
I put Texas A&M third, but, I go with the roster, and eventually they'll overcome the coaching at some point.
Well, Auburn, I don't know what Peyton Thorne will be. I think he's an upgrade. Well, he's an upgrade over Robbie Ashford.
I would go Auburn fourth.
Behind A&M. So, wow, you got Ole Miss fifth. And then State sixth.
At least fifth, yeah. Arkansas
and State
State's
battling for
last.
6th and 7th. State last, State 7th, so Arkansas. I mean, with Auburn, I was looking at this over the weekend, too. They're 4-0 out of conference. Like, their win total's at 6.5, okay? I kind of like the over because they're 4-0 out of conference.
And this is Ole Miss?
This is Auburn.
Auburn, okay.
Yeah, win total at 6.5, 4-0 out of conference. I mean, if they lose one of these out of conference games, it has gone terribly, terribly wrong for Hugh Freeze.
3 gimmies in Cal on the road.
Which is, that's a very, very winnable game for Auburn. So now I got to find 3 wins out of this group. At A&M, hosting Georgia, at LSU, Ole Miss, State, at Vandy, at Arkansas, and Iron Bowl.
Yeah, so
I mean, none of those are gimmies or layups, but I think I can get Auburn and win at Vandy. So now I'm up to 5.
Ole Miss, Vandy are 2 wins. There should be 2 wins.
And State. I mean, if you think State's going to be that bad, so there's your 7. I mean, that gets you over right there. So I mean, there's
very little room after that.
Well, it gets tough after that. You're talking about the Iron Bowl at Arkansas, at LSU, and hosting Georgia and at A&M. I mean, those are tough games, obviously.
Yeah, but for Ole Miss, overrated is where Brad Crawford. The underrated teams, we talked about Alabama. He has Miami, Oklahoma, Iowa, and Washington as teams that are underrated going into the season. And he says, listen, I don't have Alabama in the playoffs. In fact, he has them losing 2 games again. But he says if you have Alabama outside the top 5, they're one of the 5 best teams in the country. They're just going to lose 2 games.
I mean, he does have them in the playoffs. 2 games, 2 losses is going to keep them out of the playoffs. I mean, if they're 10-2 again, though, that's going to be very disappointing for Alabama fans. No two ways about that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can call it underrated all you want, but it's going to be disappointing.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com. And then, Rockstar, give me our cut number 1 here. I want to give a little bit, as we're talking about Auburn, a little snippet of our Hugh Freeze conversation. You can see the entire thing, and I enjoyed it all with the Auburn's new coach from our Coca-Cola stage out at the Tradition. This is not from our live show. This is all new stuff. We'll have 7 Coca-Cola stage interviews coming up on our social media platforms, including YouTube, over the next days all the way up to Memorial Day. And we started with Hugh Freeze last night. If you have not seen the entire interview, please go and check that out and give us a thumbs up. Hugh Freeze had a chance to be on our Coca-Cola stage. And I'll give you one question, and we'll talk a little bit about Hugh's early days, the first 100 days, if you will, of Hugh Freeze, sort of like we do a presidential election.
Yeah. I got a lot of legislation through, did he? Memorial Day is the month of May, and that is when we stop and we honor those who've paid the ultimate price for our nation. Johnston RV Center is super appreciative of that, as we all are. And one way they show that is by giving great discounts for military and active military and retired military personnel. So if you are active military, retired military personnel, Johnston RV Center gives you great discounts. And go take advantage of that, and we appreciate them doing that. They want you to get lost in the great outdoors with a new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. The 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from $439 a month. That's all 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for details. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com. That reminded me of my daughter's awards night last night. They handed out all the scholarships, like, Alabama, Auburn, South Alabama, Montevallo. There was a representative from the United States Navy and the U.S. Marine Corps. The Army representative couldn't be there, but neither was a student. But a student going to the Army, 2 going to the Navy, 2 going to the Marines. And they presented them with their funding, like their sign-on bonus, and then their GI Bill. And you look at them; they're just kids, man. Yeah. And they're
making that choice.
Making that choice. I'm so appreciative of them doing that. But it's just moving watching it. Just seeing somebody that's a teenager that is making that big of a life choice.
Makes you proud, though,
It
right?
really does,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I told my daughter that. I was like, you ought to be very proud. And she said they were, that these kids have gotten a lot of support in her class. I was like, you ought to be so proud of your classmates that have made the choice to go into the military and serve our country. And the principal said some nice words about it, too. It was really cool.
Yeah, love to see that. And congratulations to all the folks who are getting awards over the next few days, graduations that have been happening in college, coming up for high schools over the next few weeks. A special time, no doubt about that. Hugh Freeze settling into the job at Auburn. We had a chance off camera on the first tee and then on our Coca-Cola stage to spend some time with Hugh Freeze out there. Here's a snippet of that interview from our YouTube channel. You can check it all out about Hugh Freeze, how he sort of has maybe found his place down on the plains.
Yeah, talk to me about FIT, because my entire supper club, our kids are all graduated college or high school now, and we've been together for 12 years. And they're all Auburn grads. They all my guy friends met their wives at Auburn. They're all, every one of them, Auburn people. And they just love the Auburn experience. And they say that about you. They say, he just fits us. And how does that help you build a program that makes the fit right? Does it help?
Yeah, I think it's a vibe that it kind of transcends with the fan base and our students and our administration. And they feel aligned with all of us. And I think that gives off a feeling when recruits come to campus that is one that this is a pretty neat place if I'm looking for a place that feels like family, and I think they get that feeling. And obviously there's a lot of other factors that go into the kids' decisions today, but hopefully there's still a group that matters to. And I just think when we're out and about in the community, it just feels right. And hopefully that's what they're referring to.
When you talk fit, Brown, how important do you think that is for Hugh Freeze, especially early on here?
Well, it appeared that it was down to he and Lane Kiffin, right? If you believe everything. And we used to say on this show, I mean, you can argue which one's the better coach. I think it's Hugh Freeze. I think he's a better coach than Lane Kiffin. But you can make that argument. I do think there's an argument to be made. I don't think anybody thought cultural fit that Lane Kiffin was going to be better than Hugh Freeze. I mean, I don't know anybody that made that argument that was like, Lane Kiffin's a better cultural fit at Auburn.
Now, I'll say he has fit better at Ole Miss than I thought Lane Kiffin was going to fit.
Maybe so.
Yeah. Because I didn't think that was a fit either.
Yeah, but I'll go back to Neil McCready, who was on the show, and he's like, they had to drag Lane Kiffin out to the Oxford Christmas parade or Christmas tree lighting, right? And he's like, Hugh Freeze would go door to door and light your Christmas tree for you. That's just the guy he is. It's just two different people. So I always thought that he was the better cultural fit. Cultural fit does not win you a single football game, right? I mean, it takes more than that. I mean, Brian Harsin was not a cultural fit.
Yeah,
but
that's the
not
opposite. In fact, it was Auburn people pulling against him in some places.
But that's not why he lost football games. I think
no.
I think maybe that hurts your funding. It probably hurts your recruiting. There are some things that hurts that could lead to football losses. But
building a staff.
Yeah, I don't know that Gus Malzahn was a cultural fit. I mean, Gus is just kind of Gus. I mean, he's a little bit of a, I don't want to call him an odd bird, but he's not what Hugh Freeze is. I mean, Gus was kind of insulated a little bit. I don't know that he'd go to Waffle House after a game, but he's not going to be what Hugh Freeze is. He's not what Tommy Tuberville was. Those are cultural fits there. So I think that's what he is. Now, again, that's not going to win you a game directly, but it does help you. I think people will be more willing to give to help the NIL push than they were into Brian Harsin. So that's going to lead to better recruiting. And he'll recruit better. He's a better recruiter than Brian Harsin. We've seen what he can do. He's a better recruiter than Gus Malzahn. We've seen what Hugh Freeze can do recruiting. We saw it at Ole Miss.
He talks about recruiting in the interview, so go check it out. It's on our YouTube channel. Give us a thumbs up, like, and subscribe while you're there. That helps us out and helps us continue to give you the free programming that we provide for you guys here on all of our video and audio platforms. We appreciate you being with us. When we come back on the next round, let's talk about some moves that went on. It was a big night in recruiting for LSU last night. A big day yesterday for Georgia, a little bit more on their big commitment at the quarterback position, and maybe another bad sign for Colorado and Coach Prime as another guy who's on the move going to another Pac-12 school. We'll hit some more of the college football headlines as we roll on right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Do you have unexpected medical expenses? You want to update the backyard, or you just want to take that vacation of your dreams? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union offers lifestyle loans that can make all those things happen. The great news is no collateral is required, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Community Federal Credit Union's lifestyle loans at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, proud supporter of UAB and UAB athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090. hemphillservices.com.
We'll jump into some fact or fiction here as well in this segment of the show. The next round today, LT stepping out to go to an honors day with his son. D&B with you here. This part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. I stopped by and saw Leslie yesterday. She's, like me, is a big Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan. And so we were talking about the Bucs' future, or the lack thereof, down in Tampa yesterday. And we were talking also about my a little bit of weight gain over this past weekend, because I enjoyed some wonderful Mother's Day meals, including not one but two slices of caramel cake from our friends at Champy's. But she has me back on my program, back down to a cool 192 today, close to where I want to be. Way to Wellness will help you with your weight loss jump starting here in 2023. Also with your blood pressure and cholesterol control, board certified, medically maintained, and a different plan for everyone. You get that with Way to Wellness. Get more details by going to this website, planforme.com. planforme.com. That'll take you to Way to Wellness. Leslie, her board-certified team, has no contract. There's no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. And every plan's different. A special plan for you. It is Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Lunsford, Forrester, Rockstar, y'all chime in here. This is fact or fiction. Fact or fiction as we bounce around here. Let's go first in baseball. Fact or fiction, when it's all said and done, the Atlanta Braves will have the best record in Major League Baseball when the regular season is done, when we're done with 162. The Atlanta Braves will have the best record in Major League Baseball when it's all said and done. Brownie.
So right now, for those that might not be looking at it, the Rays have that. They are 31-11. Atlanta is 26-15. Same record, by the way, as the Orioles. I am going to say it is fact. I'll go Braves' best record in Major League Baseball at the end of the season.
Dodgers have been really good.
Dodgers are 27-15, so they're that boy. I'm still going to stick with the Braves. Dodgers do worry me a little bit. Unfortunately, for you, I'm not considering your Rays here. I think at some point they'll regress to the mean.
Yeah, I mean, they were the first to 10 to 20 to 30, but I don't know if it'll end up they'll be the first to 40.
I think they'll still be the first to 40, but I think after Memorial Day it'll start changing a little bit.
My gut is that it's the Atlanta Braves too. Forrester, you first.
I'd take the Dodgers over the Braves.
So fiction for you on that one.
And everybody over my White Sox.
Yeah, boy, I mean, that's a given.
Lunsford?
All I've heard is that the Tampa Bay Rays are the greatest team in all of sports, so it has to be them, correct?
I don't know if they can hold on, but so far so good. I mean, still 31-11. They've lost a lot lately, it seems like.
Either way, fiction.
Either way, fiction, not the Braves. Fiction, Rockstar, or fact?
Oh, 100% fact. That is, I've been watching the Braves all season, and I think their batters are hitting good. Their pitchers are pitching their heads off.
Their heads.
Catchers are catching like you
their
can't.
Heads are falling off.
There's no wild pitches. That catcher's so good.
Yeah.
Is it, John Rocker.
Last baseball game you watched?
Last baseball game I watched was who was in the World Series last year? Seriously,
Phillies and somebody. Astros.
Didn't watch that one. Whenever the Dodgers, when the Dodgers won the COVID year,
so you haven't watched baseball since COVID.
To tell Lance that didn't count because it was like a 40-game season.
He loved it when I said that.
And the Dodgers did not. They won and the Lakers too. So
and Alabama.
Goose says the Braves need more pitching. Strider is good, but others have issues. Lamb Believer says fiction. Braves ace and their number 3 are out.
Yeah.
The Dodgers do worry me. That would be the one that would worry me there is the Dodgers.
So not Tampa for you. It's the
No,
Dodgers.
again, I'll tell you, Tampa is not the one that worries. I think you guys are going to be in the playoffs. I mean, you'll still make the playoffs, but I think at some point you're going to slow down a little bit.
Fact or fiction? All right. Aaron Rodgers never makes the playoffs as a New York Jet.
I think I will go fiction on this one. I think he can get the Jets to the playoffs. I don't think they're going to be a Super Bowl champion or anything like that, but I think he'll get the Jets to the playoffs. I will go fiction.
So you think he does make
the playoffs?
he
was in a win-to-get-in game this past season. He's got better weapons around him in New York than what Green Bay had given him. So I'm going to say he can get – now, it's a tough division, but I'll say he gets in. Maybe not this year, but he'll get in.
Fact or fiction, Forrester? Aaron Rodgers never makes the playoffs as a Jet.
No, that's fiction. I'm with Brown. They don't win a Super Bowl, but he's got some pieces around him. They can make the playoffs.
Lunsford, fact or fiction? Aaron Rodgers never gets the Jets to the playoffs.
Fact, because they finished 3rd in their own division, which makes the wild card tough.
Because to your point, you have the Bills and Dolphins, right?
Correct.
Well, you got the Bills and Dolphins, and then, just to try to get the wild card finishing 3rd in that division, you've still got to worry about you got Cincinnati and Baltimore in the same division. One of those is going to gobble up a wild card.
Chiefs and Chargers.
Chiefs and Chargers. One of those is going to gobble up. I mean, it's going to be tough to finish 3rd in that division and still get a wild card.
It is fiction. You know why?
Why?
You're going to see him, if you got it, you're going to see him on Peacock next year.
You think
he'll be on the Peacock?
He's going to be on Peacock.
Not only is he a playoff guy, he's on Peacock.
Yeah.
He's the Peacock
He's
game.
a subscription guy.
Peacock playoff guy.
Boy, if they give the New York market
the Peacock game,
the streaming Peacock game,
that'd be smart. You want to get some numbers.
It'd be smart. It'd be lucky if you're NBC and Peacock. The other networks probably be a little pissed off about that. The best team in college football in the state of Florida this year is Florida State. Fact or fiction? The best team in college football in the state of Florida this year, fact or fiction?
I'll go fact. I mean, I think UCF's going to take a little bit of a step backwards going to the Big 12 under Gus. I think Miami can take a step forward and still not be to where Florida State was last year.
So when I said this, what was the first team you thought of?
Central Florida.
You went UCF before you went to Florida Gators or Florida Miami?
Yeah, I think Central Florida will be second. Yeah, I think UCF record-wise. Now, again, they're playing different schedules. Record-wise, I think it will go Florida State, UCF. I'm just going to do the major ones.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, FAU and FIU. I don't really know. But Florida State, Central Florida, Florida and Miami are going to be neck and neck to me, battling for the bottom. And then South Florida's below all of them.
Fact or fiction? Forrester, Florida State will be the best college football team in Florida this year.
It's fact, and I don't even know who number 2 is.
I mean, I think I'm with Scott.
So he thought UCF first.
As number 2.
Yeah, I think Miami first as number 2.
It's not Florida. I mean, Graham Mertz.
Yeah, I'm with Scott. It's not Florida. I mean, maybe Miami has a big year, but it ain't going to be Florida.
Fact or fiction, Lunsford, Florida State's the best college football team in the state of Florida this year.
It ain't saying much, but fact.
Rockstar? Funny answer?
No, that's a huge fact. FSU, what do they call them? Florida State criminals.
The criminals.
Criminals?
Yeah.
Free Shoe U?
Best,
Free Shoe U.
Best Florida State player of all time.
Ooh, I would go.
This is harder for you to do on the college level.
Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders. Like when I say best Alabama player of all time, you go
Willie Gaston.
Willie Gaston. He was going to say Willie Gaston.
Or Chris Donnelly.
I thought you were going to say Peter Warwick for Florida State.
Peter Warwick Dunn.
It's harder for Florida State. He hasn't watched him to know the rim because
I'm a huge Winky guy.
Yeah,
Love
Chris,
me some Winky.
You like some Winkies?
Yeah.
Because like when I say greatest Miami Dolphin of all time, you always say
Rodney Gadsden.
Rodney Gadsden. Yes.
Fact or fiction? The best college football team in Texas will be TCU again this year.
Oh, that's fiction. TCU is going to take a big step backwards. I think here are the programs I would have better than TCU. I think Texas Tech will be better than TCU. Texas will be better than TCU. I think Baylor will be better than TCU. I might go SMU better than TCU, and UTSA. Now, they're going to have a better record. Again, UTSA playing an American schedule. It's going to be a different schedule. but I think they'll have a better record. I think TCU takes a big step backwards.
Fact or fiction, Forrester? The best college football team in the state of Texas this year will be TCU again.
I'm going to say fact. They got a bunch of transfers, and I'm not sold on Sark. So, yeah, we'll go fact.
Fact on that one. Lunsford, Horned Frogs, again the best college football team in Texas. Fact or fiction?
The biggest fall ever, so absolutely fiction.
You're saying biggest fall ever what?
Just from, being a college football playoff team to
the Auburn team from 10 to 11 went from 13 wins to 8 wins, if memory serves, right?
Worse.
Oh, wow. That's a big fall, man. 5 games.
7-5 is worse.
It is. But, 5 games is a big fall, man, in college football.
TCU, the best college football team in Texas, Rockstar?
That is fiction. I got a sleeper.
Who?
My boys at Rice. They're going to stick up this year.
The Owls?
Rice is going to rise above.
Right?
They'll be the best team in Texas.
Nobody's mentioned Houston, though.
Yeah.
Did you see you Google to see if Rice was in Texas?
No, I'm typing something for tomorrow.
One more here. Alabama, fact or fiction, Alabama plays more games 6 o'clock and later than they do 5:59 and earlier. Kick times.
Give me a second to pull up the schedule. Like 2 already. We know Texas was announced today.
And who's the other one?
LSU. I think that's going to be your CBS primetime game. That's your biggest game in the conference this year. I guess there's a chance they could go Georgia at Tennessee, but I feel like everybody thinks Alabama LSU is going to be more consequential than that one, don't you? So I think that's going to be your other primetime game. The rest of these is just a crapshoot picking them. But for some reason, Ole Miss at Bryant-Denny, that's going to be a 2:30 CBS, I think. I think I've already looked ahead at the schedule on that one. At State kind of feels like a late game. At A&M is probably going to be a CBS. Arkansas at Bryant-Denny, I don't know. Tennessee, I think, is going to be a 2:30 CBS. LSU is going to be primetime CBS. At Kentucky would have a chance to be a night game. And then Auburn game is going to be, Iron Bowl is going to be CBS. Alabama's going to play Ole Miss, at A&M, Tennessee, and Auburn in the 2:30 window. I think they've only got 4 2:30 games, which is pretty rare for Alabama. There could be one more added in there, but then they're going to have prime time also with that LSU game, I think.
So more after 6 or before 6?
I think I would say more before 6 for Alabama, because that's 4 2:30 games. Then you're, of course, going to get the SEC Network game that's going to be at 11, the SEC Plus game that's going to be 11 or 3, and one of those out-of-conference games.
All right, so fiction for Brown. Forrester, fact or fiction, Alabama plays more games 6 o'clock or later than they do 5:59 or earlier, more under the lights.
No, that's fiction. CBS loves them some Alabama.
But I only counted 4, Scott. I don't know how many more you can add.
Yeah.
They're not. Listen, the game at State, that I don't see any way that'd be a CBS game. Arkansas at home, I need to see who else the SEC has that week. That's what I don't know. And then at Kentucky, that's not going to be a CBS game. I think they're only going to play 4 2:30 games.
Could be ESPN at night.
Well, yeah, but Scott was just said CBS loves them some Alabama, and that's the problem is I can only find 4 2:30 kicks for Alabama.
But Kentucky and Arkansas and Mississippi State and all those seem like night games.
I would agree with you. Well, Arkansas's homecoming, not that matters. They've played homecoming night games.
Yep.
But so don't forget now they're going to play a conference game for the 11 o'clock straight out of game day probably, or at least SEC Network. You're almost always going to get one of those.
Alabama does not play conference games on the SEC Network. I don't think that's happened yet.
You don't think Alabama's ever played a conference game on the SEC Network?
Not on the SEC Network. I do not.
Okay. You could be right about that. I'm not.
Help me out. Vulcan.
That'll change September or November 11th.
November 11th, you think at Kentucky's SEC Network?
Yeah.
Well,
because Kentucky has 2 wins at that point, and nobody cares, and they throw it on the SEC Network.
Kentucky's going to be close to a 10-win team.
I don't know.
This
It's just Kentucky. I'm just used to saying that.
Though it does seem like Tom Hart and the crew gets a lot of Kentucky games.
It
does seem like they're at Kentucky a lot.
I can go through, if you want me to, I'll do it tonight. I'm sure this will enthrall you, Dunaway. I'll go through and project the CBS schedule. I'm going to start with week 3.
Ooh, you want to do that? You want to throw that down on a Wednesday?
Yeah. Would you get Taylor to build a graphic for it tomorrow?
If I build a graphic, Dunaway's all about it.
I like Taylor to build a graphic for it. That's a little fact or fiction right here. Brought to you by our friends at Slice. Slice Pizza, great place to go grab a little lunch today. Thanks to our friends at Slice for always helping us out.
Yeah, SliceBirmingham.com if you want to see more about Slice. It's an incredible concept dreamed up by our dear, dear friend the late Jeff Bajaya, who his brothers Jason and Chris have picked it up and they've run with it. And I mean, I'm telling you, man, just such original pizzas. I love that soul pie with no onions. The hot mama is my next new favorite. There is a look at us, if you're watching us on video, at the Slice right there in Crestline. You could see more of Vestavia, Lakeview, Slice Crestline, Montevallo, all those great places, and see more at slicebirmingham.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub is overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Back with you on the Next Round. Thank you so much to our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The wonderful folks at Bud Light, they bring you our poll question every day, and they bring us part of the show. And our friends at Coke Zero, they were nice enough at Coca-Cola to build a stage for us and host us in the Coca-Cola room all week at the Regions Tradition out there at Greystone. That's where we have 7 specialty interviews, starting off with Auburn coach Hugh Freeze that is up on our YouTube platform. We'll release others with Kirby Smart, Riley Green, and several other folks over the next few days leading into Memorial Day. We're 102 days away from the start of the college football season. Special interviews coming up on Thursday when we're 100 days out from college football. Looking forward to that day.
Yeah, we are. You know, you and I were just chatting in the break because some kick times have started leaking out. For instance, Alabama, Texas, 6 o'clock ESPN Week 2. And we were talking about that CBS primetime weekend where they do the late early, or the 2:30 and then 7 o'clock kick. And I think it'll be LSU at Alabama because that's the biggest West game this year. And it feels like a game that impacts the national championship picture more than Georgia-Tennessee. But to your point, you were making the point in the break, they got to find a good 2:30 game as well. You need a drafting partner.
The way the doubleheader works is when I've got the prime time game, I get the first 2 picks.
Yeah.
When I'm doing the early 11 a.m. doubleheader, I don't get.
I think they get pick 1 and pick 4 that week, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
So I want to use that on a weekend that there's only one good game.
Right.
And then I can take a doubleheader with one of the others.
So
to me, right now, LSU Alabama, which seems like an automatic prime time game because it gets tremendous ratings all the time. If there's not another great game that day
that you could put at 2:30,
but it's Texas A&M Tennessee that day.
Texas A&M at Ole Miss that day. It's going to require Ole Miss to be pretty good. Now they're going to have to announce their doubleheader weekends early, so they would be banking on Ole Miss being good.
Missouri and Georgia in Athens that day.
Missouri's at Georgia and Athens. That doesn't do a ton for me, but it's a chance to show Georgia. You always point out they like to show the number 1 team in the country.
You always want to show the number 1 team in the country.
And if Alabama and LSU are as good as many think they would be, you could have the number 1 team in the country and then a big national championship type. National championship implication game following it.
Everybody always looks at Georgia, Tennessee now saying, well, that's got to be one you protect if you're CBS. Well, you can do that at 2:30 and then have one of those other games as your 11 o'clock kick.
Yeah, because if you tried to do that as the primetime game, and that's what I was pointing out to you in the break, listen to the rest of your conference schedule that day. Abilene Christian at A&M, Chattanooga at Alabama, FIU at Arkansas, Florida at Missouri, Georgia State at LSU, Kentucky at South Carolina, New Mexico State at Auburn, Southern Miss at State, and ULM at Ole Miss. Not a whole lot to pick from there. So that
you don't want to make that a doubleheader.
No, and there's no way you could put Georgia, Tennessee primetime and put any of those other SEC games at 2:30.
Who are the other SEC games on Texas A&M Alabama Day?
I think that's week 5. Am I right about that?
And how come? Let me ask you this: how come we've never seen Rivalry Saturday be the CBS doubleheader day?
I don't know. I don't know why they don't do that.
Why can we not make that the CBS doubleheader day and have Alabama and Auburn in prime time or at 2:30 and then another big rivalry game at night?
Well, I'll come back to that.
Like Florida State or Georgia Tech, Georgia, if Tech ends up being a bowl eligible team, or some of the other games, LSU Tech. I mean, the big games there. I mean, let's get creative with this.
Yeah. So the day Alabama plays A&M, Saturday, October 7th, week 6, your other conference games, like if you wanted to put that prime time, one of these would have to be 2:30. Arkansas at Ole Miss, not terrible. Kentucky at Georgia, which, as you pointed out, has been for the East a couple times now with Mark Stoops there, but you're playing it Saturday, October 7th. So it could be for the lead in the East.
It could be, but I think at that point, is there a chance Kentucky is unbeaten that day?
You'll have to give me 1 second.
While you're doing that, Landmine Believer over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, 4 locations, fix your tires and everything bumper to bumper. Alabama did not play an SEC Network conference game from 2014 through 2020. He says in 2020 they played Kentucky on the SEC Network, and in 2022 they played Vandy on the SEC Network. So there have been 2 conference games.
You were
since the start of the SEC
very
Network.
Bold in your statement there. For Kentucky to be undefeated against Georgia, it is possible. They host Ball State, they host Eastern Kentucky, they host Akron. I could coach them to wins in that game. They go to Vanderbilt, and they host Florida. I mean, in fact, I think they will be undefeated when they play Georgia.
So at that point, you're 6-0?
Yep.
6-0 Kentucky or 5-0?
5-0.
5-0 Kentucky, 5-0 Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a tough sell for me, but, I mean, it's 2 undefeated teams, and Georgia will be number 1. So if you did that and then Alabama, Texas A&M primetime, maybe you got something. But, boy, you're banking on A&M being good to do that. If you did it rivalry weekend, obviously a primetime Iron Bowl would always be attractive. Your problem is, South Carolina hosts Clemson. I don't know what South Carolina will be by then. Florida hosts Florida State. Florida State could be highly ranked. Don't think Florida will be.
Florida hosts Florida State?
Florida hosts Florida State. And your other games.
Well, the South Carolina Clemson games screams like it could be a good game this year.
Yeah, it was last year.
It's in Columbia?
It is in Columbia. You remember South Carolina beat them in Clemson last year right at the bitter end. Missouri at Arkansas, Texas A&M at LSU, and Vandy at Tennessee.
I mean, Texas A&M, LSU could be a huge game by that point, too.
It could be massive, especially if LSU has lost to Alabama in Tuscaloosa, and the one thing they could not afford is another loss, and maybe Alabama's picked up a conference loss somewhere, and then the Iron Bowl becomes, if Alabama wins that one and then LSU or if Alabama loses that one, then LSU's got to be at A&M. I mean, that you could have some interest in that one.
I saved one more fact or fiction for our final segment coming up, so don't leave yet because it's an interesting question with all the ACC realignment conversation going on. But a couple of notes I promised you about. Last night, LSU picked up 4-star athlete Jawan Johnson from Lafayette. At one point, he was a verbal commitment to Deion Sanders in Colorado. 4-star athlete from Lafayette, verbal commitment to Colorado.
But LSU's got him now.
That was in February.
Okay.
Last night, after reopening his recruitment, he is now at LSU. Now, he says, after picking LSU over Alabama, Texas, Tennessee, and A&M, that it was home. He was, he's from Lafayette, Louisiana. It was home. But I start to wonder, what is Deion Sanders in Colorado's NIL situation? Because here's a guy who was excited to go play for Deion in Colorado, makes that commitment in February, and now it feels like, well, when you talk about LSU, Alabama, Texas, Tennessee, and Texas A&M, that sounds like a lot of NIL money that became available for this 4-star athlete. That maybe do you think Deion in Colorado can get into the NIL competition with those 5 powerhouse NIL programs at LSU, Alabama, Texas, Tennessee, and Texas A&M?
I don't know where he's going to get that kind of money from Colorado. There's just not been that kind of commitment to football. I don't know their power booster structure. I don't know if they've got like a Rocket Mortgage type guy that's like, sure, I'll fork over that kind of money for Mel Tucker's contract. If they've got somebody like that, I mean, Colorado's a good school. I'm sure they've got some money, but is it money that cares about winning at football?
Yeah.
And that's what I don't know about them.
And is it organized enough?
Right.
Because Deion did his part. He got him to verbally commit to start with.
Yeah.
But verbal commitment from February until December when you're going to sign, there's a lot of offers that go under the radar at that point.
Well, but this is what I have always, mentioned about one of the challenges for Deion is he's got to go a long way to get to big talent. You don't get a lot of big talent in Colorado and the states that touch Colorado, right?
Even when Colorado was good under Coach McCartney, all those kids came from the L.A. area.
Yeah, he recruited the heck out of California. So the states that touch Colorado and Colorado aren't going to give you a bunch of great players. So you're going to have to go to the Lafayette, Louisianas of the world. And the challenge there is Deion comes in, visits them, blows them away in home. He's got the assistant that's heading up the recruiting with him. That assistant's there. Everybody's fired up. And Deion and the assistant get back on the private jet, and they fly back to Boulder. And then Deion starts recruiting somebody else, and now it's on the assistant coach to say, hey, man, we're still good, we're still good, we're still good. Well, guess what happens in Lafayette? Brian Kelly every single day.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly and some assistant, they can be knocking on that door every single day.
What Roman Harper told us yesterday, the recruiter from Alabama, every Wednesday was at his house eating mom's home cooking, reading bedtime stories to his little sister.
Yeah.
Because he could be there an hour from Tuscaloosa.
Bingo.
Every Wednesday night.
He's down to Prattville all the time. And that is part of the challenge for Deion is that, okay, you get the kid to commit, but you got to keep him committed for a year of LSU knocking on that door every single day, And then, as it starts to go bad, as they start to get blown out in a few games, don't think that coach from LSU is not going to be knocking on the door in Lafayette saying, really? Look at us, man. We're number 1 in the country. We're number 2 in the country. We're number 3 in the country right now. They just lost by 30 to Nebraska. You're still going to go up there?
Speaking of Deion, one of the guys that he pushed out with his Gucci's, cornerback who started 13 games last year, Nico Reed, has signed on with Oregon. So he's going to be a DB at Oregon. Christian Gonzalez, who had left Colorado the year before, was a starter all season long. So those two are reunited. Former Colorado DBs now in Dan Lanning's secondary at Oregon. And then one other note about Dylan Raiola, the big 5-star commitment to Georgia yesterday. When we were talking about this story yesterday, I knew he was an Ohio State commitment at one point and then reopened. But he chose Georgia over Nebraska. And the story there is pretty crazy. First of all, his uncle is on Matt Rule's staff at Nebraska. So it was this close to Matt Rule getting his, program-changing quarterback in Dylan Raiola, who apparently is 6'3", with an NFL body already. In fact, sometimes when he's throwing at camps, people just assumed he is an NFL guy who's there to be an instructor at camp and not a high schooler. That's how physically he is. But his dad, Dominic Riola, was a longtime center at Nebraska. And as the story goes, first was introduced to the Georgia program through Matthew Stafford, who was the quarterback who had his hands under Dominic Riola's ass for 14 seasons in Detroit. Those two were great friends. Dylan's dad was the center with the Lions,
right?
Pro Bowl center with the Lions. Matthew Stafford was his quarterback. So Matthew got Riola into a camp at Georgia when he was a freshman, and Georgia and Kirby offered him as a freshman. When he walked on, they were like, wow. And with his background, apparently this guy's off the charts as I was reading about him, because his dad, as a center in the NFL, what do centers do? They read protection and they make calls. And apparently his brain at reading protection is off the charts.
But I don't know how close it was with Nebraska. I mean, they finished second in his recruiting, apparently.
Right. But his dad's a legend there.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And his uncle's on the coaching
And you wonder
staff.
how much of that was, my uncle's there, my dad's a legend. I'm at least going to act like I'm thinking about going there to help out.
I think his last visit was to Nebraska. He went to Georgia and then wanted to give Nebraska one more shot.
And I'm sure,
out of courtesy,
I'm sure our buddy Marcus Satterfield, the offensive coordinator, and our friend Matt Rule, buddy, I bet they showed him the town. I mean, I bet it was the best visit ever.
That close, man. That close.
I know. I mean, that's what you're selling right now. If you're Matt Rule, it's like, I've been on the job a handful of months, and I was that close to landing this kid.
Yeah, the number one recruit in the upcoming class. Pretty crazy there for that guy. But then on the other side of the Georgia quarterback room, reading more, I was like, well, what are you going to do? Carson Beck's finally getting to be the starting quarterback, but there's talk of Beck being one and done as the starter at Georgia. That if he has the type of year they think he's going to have in Athens, that he'll be one and done and off to the NFL. And then it becomes a quarterback competition between the freshman Riola, Brock Vandergriff, and then Gunnar Stockton, who's the other big-time recruit to have there.
Do you remember when the NFL was pretty much adamant they wanted like 25 to 30 games of film on you as a college player?
Yep.
And anymore, I mean, a kid can start like Carson Beck 1 year and go to the NFL.
Mac Jones.
Yeah, Mac Jones, when he was a first-round pick. Now, he at least started 4 games the previous year, so you got, 19 starts out of Mac Jones? Something like that. But, I mean, it's just crazy to think now that you might get a good year of film on a guy.
You might get 15 starts.
You might get 15 starts. I remember, was it, who was it? Was it Sanchez that they only had like 16 starts of film?
Yeah, Matt Corral, remember, never started.
Yeah. I mean, Sanchez, they had like Matt Castle.
Matt Castle,
right,
yeah.
50, it was Sanchez, they had like 15 games of film, and I remember all these NFL people like, boy, that is not enough film to evaluate a guy.
I saved this one more thing in our final segment from Fact or Fiction. It's off of the ACC realignment discussion, the Magnificent Seven they're being called, the Sneaky Seven, whether or not you think these 7 are going to break up the ACC or not. One more thought when we come back right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Okay, before my last thing, what's your poll over there, Brown?
Well, Chip Brown, our buddy, Chip's back doing radio, ESPN 102.7 there in Austin.
I didn't know he went away.
Yeah, his show, they ended his show. I think that station flip formats or something, the Horn or whatever it was. Anyway, he and his co-host on the hills of Alabama, Texas, being announced at 6 o'clock, Bryant-Denny Stadium, ESPN Week 2. 6 o'clock, Bryant-Denny Stadium, ESPN 2. Or ESPN Week 2. Ask this question. What odds do you give Texas to beat Alabama in Tuscaloosa? Now, keep in mind, this is in Austin.
Yeah,
These
but
are
this,
Texas fans.
This is going to be a sexy offseason pick for everybody, not just in Austin, because last year Quinn Ewers didn't play 4 quarters, and Alabama had to scramble to win with Bryce Young.
So the choices are 0 to 25%, 26 to 50%, 51 to 75, or 100%.
51 to 75 is leading.
As often happens in the polls, I don't have anything that's 75% or 76% to 99%.
Yeah.
So what do you say is leading?
It's going to be 51 to 75%.
Right now, these are Texas fans. 33% say they think it'll be somewhere 26 to 50% win odds.
So even Texas fans think they're less than 50-50 at winning at Bryant-Denny?
51 to 75%.
These folks aren't going to make it in the SEC.
51 to 75% and 0 to 25% are both at 27, and then 100% at 11. So if you wanted to look at it, 50% or worse would be 60% of your audience, basically.
Okay, now flip that and say we were asking that question on Alabama to beat Texas. As a long-standing member of the Southeastern Conference with our unrealistic expectations.
Well, 11%'s at 100%.
Yeah.
I would say Alabama fans
one
would
of those
be slightly higher.
One of those would be 27%. We'd keep all the percentages the same.
Yeah.
27% would say, that's 100% we're going to win that one.
Yeah.
The next highest would be 51 to 75%.
And that would be the 33% crowd. Yeah. And then anything 50% or lower would be very, very small.
Very, very small.
Yeah.
You got to get that, your Texas swagger, you got to bring that unrealistic expectations with you to the SEC. Here's the last thing I wanted to bring up, because the ACC has been talking about possibly imploding the 7 teams that Brett McMurphy named: Clemson, Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, NC State, Virginia, and Virginia Tech, getting legal advice on whether or not they can break their grant of rights contract with the ACC that is going to hold them through 2036. At the current rate, losing about $30 million per school, less than what the SEC and the Big Ten are going to be making. So there'll be a $30 million gap between them and the SEC schools on an annual basis through 2036 if they have to stay with where they are right now. My question was this. Do you believe the ACC as a conference ever wins a college football national championship again?
I would guess.
Because there's discussion today that the league could be close to imploding, that the ACC may not exist again, or it not exist as a football conference.
So Miami, I don't think has ever won one as an ACC team, right?
I don't think they
I
have.
think they were all Big East and then independent or whatever it was.
In fact, right, Miami and Florida State haven't played each other in the ACC championship game when we thought they'd be there all the time.
Now, Florida State's obviously won 2 as an ACC team, and Clemson has won 2 as an ACC team. But that's it. I would. If you made me pick one side or the other, my money would be on they never win another one again.
Florida State's won 3, right? 2 Bobby Bowden and 1.
Oh, that's right.
Jimbo.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, why did I forget Jimbo's? It comes up on the show all the time when we talk about him. So yes, I'm sorry. 3. Florida State's won 3 as an ACC team. Clemson has won 2. My guess would be they don't ever win another one. I think Florida State's going to be good this year. They're not national championship good yet. And I don't know if Mike Norvell can get them there. Clemson's going to be good, but I'm not sure they're national championship good. And I just think this gap is so hard to close. I mean, so somebody put it, this was in the chat room long ago, earlier in the show, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. When we were talking about, you start the year at a $30 million deficit to the Big Ten and the SEC schools, right?
And not just 1 year, every year.
And that's what somebody said is like, yeah, that's big 1 year, but think about over a decade. You're $300 million behind them over a decade. I don't know how. There's no way you close that gap. How do you recruit at the level the SEC and the Big Ten are if you're operating over a decade at a $300 deficit?
Yeah. So by the time we're through this run of television contracts, you're talking about each school is $400 million behind.
Yeah. And don't tell me it doesn't matter. Because if it didn't matter,
USC wouldn't be going to the Big Ten.
USC wouldn't be going to the Big Ten, nor would UCLA. And these schools wouldn't be so publicly beating the drum to try to get something done here if it didn't matter. It obviously matters. It's not just a greed thing. I think they know it's USC will win the Big Ten less than they were going to win the Pac-12. They didn't do this because they thought it made the road easier. They did this because of money.
Yeah, Texas and Oklahoma is not coming to the SEC because they think it's easier to win a championship. No. They're coming here for the money, the security.
Right. But because they know I am operating at a huge competitive disadvantage if I don't have SEC or Big Ten money.
Michael says, any update on Montana Fouts? Word I got yesterday was good news. Not 100% clear, but the possibility is there that she will be able to rehab, do some stuff, and be able to pitch in the postseason. That is not official. Just what I have gleaned from my conversations.
Dr. Deep Sea over here.
If you're a fan of Montana Fouts and thinks hope to see her in the circle again, the door is still open for her to pitch in the upcoming NCAA tournament for Alabama. That's the show today. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time on Wednesday. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.